I always go to sit in the chair. So you have to put pads on the back of the chair. Good morning, how are you? But she should be running
Yes. Hi, how are you? Good morning. Good.
What about if you take me yesterday? You're right, I gotta take it. You're pretty. He's a freshman.
Oh, yes.
That's a 20. Oh, no, I had not. He made it.
It's nice to see you.
That's great. I remember attending a board meeting this, but it was in high school. I attended but once. When I saw the agenda, this one, I was really looking forward to this morning. Yes. Oh, yeah. So, I say, those dancing to the music. Great. I could just go through and try to skip it and go back to it. Okay. So we start off.
Thank you. If everyone can kindly take their seats. Mr. President, before we begin today's board meeting, I would like to read a brief safety announcement. Good morning and welcome to the September 25th, 2019 Board of Education meeting. Before we start the meeting, I would like to share a few safety points and notes. Please note that the primary exit and entrance to this room is the door which you used to enter this morning. The main entrance is the door to your right. If you are leaving the room, please use this door. The restrooms are just outside the entrance door to your immediate left. During the meeting, we ask that you keep all aisles and exits clear. If you need assistance during the meeting, please waive the attention of one of our security officers. Thank you for joining us today.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Chicago Board of Education meeting. Today is September 25th, 2019. We are holding today's meeting in the boardroom at 42 West Madison Street. I am Miguel del Valle on behalf of my fellow board members. Thank you for coming today. Madam Secretary, please lead us in the pledge.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please rise.
The regular meeting of Wednesday, September 25th is hereby called to order. Madam Secretary, please take the roll.
Thank you, Mr. President. Member Rome.
Here.
Thank you. Member Melendez.
Here.
Vice President Rivellari.
Here.
Member Tad Breland.
Here.
Member Truss.
Here.
Member Sotelo.
Here.
And President Del Valle.
Here.
We have 7 members present. We have a quorum. I would also like to recognize Dr. Janice Jackson, our CEO, Joseph Moriarty, our General Counsel, Latanya McDade, our Chief Education Officer, Arnie Rivera, our Chief Operating Officer, and our honorary student board member for the 2019-2020 school year, Joshua Torres, senior from Prosser. Thank you for joining us today.
Well, we'd like to start by recognizing our honorary student board member, our new honorary student board member, Joshua Torres. Joshua is a senior at Prosser, and I had the pleasure of spending some time with him at Prosser on the first day of school. Joshua, would you like to introduce yourself and tell us something about yourself and how you got here?
So, hello everyone. My name is Joshua Torres, and I am currently a senior at Prosser Career Academy. It is truly an honor to serve in the Board of Education for the 2019 and 20 school year. As an 8th grader, I remember visiting Prosser for Open House Day. At first glance, it became obvious that the school had not been renovated for more than 50 years. Potholes were unfilled. Classroom temperatures were unbearable. However, a few things caught my attention. The warmth and passion of Prosser staff assured me that I could trust them with my future education. Despite the conditions of the school building, Prosser teachers walk in every day knowing they are in their dream job. I wish I could say that Prosser's story is unique. But too many neighborhood schools face similar or worse conditions. All the teachers I have met are compassionate people who courageously push through their school's struggles to educate their students. Can you imagine what every student could do if their school received proper, equitable funding? I look forward to promoting equity alongside every board member for this school year. Thank you very much, everyone.
I think you agree he's an excellent addition to this board. Yes, thank you. At the board's first meeting in June, I
Mr.
identified.
President, excuse me.
Okay, all right, so we'll go back to the other order of business. Then next, I would like to recognize a key member of the board staff who decided to move on to other endeavors. Abigail Joseph served as the chief of staff to the board for 8 years and was on the management side for 8 years before that. Abigail, while you worked for this board for only a short time, we wanted to express our appreciation for your dedication to CPS and the board. On behalf of the board, please accept this resolution recognizing your service. Would you like to say a few words, Abigail? Come on up.
It's beautiful, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to say a few words. Hi, everyone. Hello. I want to first thank the board, especially President Del Valle, and the tireless board office staff Katie, Yoli, Estella, Susan, Adam, Eric, and Nija, for honoring my service to the district with this incredibly generous board resolution. I also want to thank Dr. Jackson, Chief McDade, and CPS leaders here today for this recognition and for their partnership over the years. In particular, Dr. Jackson has been a friend, colleague, and an inspiration, a true testament of excellence, a leader this great city deserves. Without that spirit of collaboration, the accomplishments the resolution details could not have happened. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the committed leaders I've been blessed to serve with, Frank Clark and David Vitale, and most recently, President Del Valle. It has been a privilege to work with all of you on behalf of the best school district in the world. CPS has been like a family to me. In fact, I have at times spent much more time with all of you than my own family. But I'm not unique. We are all passionate about the work, and it is all encompassing. I am so proud of what we've accomplished together. When I reflect on my 16-year tenure at CPS, 8 of those years serving as Chief of Staff to the board, I'm honored to have been a small part of a very long list of accomplishments and accolades. My greatest honor, however, was serving the students and families of CPS side by side, the finest educators and absolute most special human beings around. I will miss the work, but I'll miss collaborating and working with all of you even more. Thank you again for this wonderful honor.
Thank you. Abigail, on a personal note, I can't tell you how much I appreciated your support and the support that you gave all board members when we started. It was invaluable. I really thank you and wish you the best.
Thank you so much.
At this board's first board meeting in June, I identified 8 changes to how the board would conduct its business to increase transparency and community engagement. One of those changes was announcing that all policies that the board is considering changing would be posted for public comment for 30 days so that the board can consider the public's viewpoint. I am pleased to announce that this change will be implemented starting this Friday, September 27th. We are excited to start receiving your feedback regarding our policy changes and encourage you to make your voice heard. Dr. Jackson will share more details about the process in her CEO remarks. The order of the meeting today will be as follows. We'll start with honoring excellence, CEO remarks, public participation, 20-minute recess, CEO report and presentations, discussion of public agenda items, vote on public agenda items, closed session, and then returning from closed session to vote on closed session items. Chief McDade, please proceed with honoring excellence.
Good morning. We begin each Board of Education meeting by recognizing the talents and accomplishments of our students and school communities. Today, to help us celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month, we welcome the folkloric dance team from Juarez Community High School. As a community, we embrace our Latinx families and acknowledge that it's our diversity that makes our schools, our district, our city, and our nation stronger. I want to thank schools like Juarez, who are celebrating the culture and contributions of our Latinx community and the men and women who have contributed to our society as artists, thinkers, leaders, and innovators. These talented students will perform to the songs La Agustina and El Tololoche. All right, take it away. Outstanding. I would like to welcome a representative from the dance team, if you would like to say a few words.
Buenos días. Good morning. Dr. Jackson, señor Miguel del Puente, and esteemed members of the board. My name is Lizzie Alamo. I'm 17 years old, and this is my last year at Benito Juarez Community Academy. I am a dreamer, and I plan on attending DePaul to study business. We are honored to be here today to celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month. My experience at Juarez has been significant these last 4 years. I can always count on the help of my teachers and staff. At Juarez, I have learned the skills I need to be successful, not only academically, but also socially and emotionally. In Mexico, I like to practice speeches such as oratory style and parliamentary style. When I decide to enter into a public speaking competition, my teachers help me with the pronunciation, tone, and expression. There were several students from different schools in that competition, and in the end, I won second place. This is my first public speech in English. I'm proud to be part of this academy because I have always believed in internal and external growth, not only for the students, but also for the community as well. Thanks to Frida Kahlo Community Organization, I am able to practice, learn, and grow my love for El Ballet Folclórico, Mexican folklore dance at Juarez, and about other cultures. Dancing has led me to meet people and visit places I had never been to. It has also taught me about professionalism in dance, respect, and the responsibility that is encouraged through this art form. Best of all, it is through this art form that I can freely express my emotions and the pride that I have for my culture. Above all, it's understanding that when you are dancing on that stage, it's not just you and your folklore family. It is also your community on that stage with you, dancing and carrying the pride of your people. Muchas gracias. Thank you so much.
I'd like to say that if I were your teacher, I would give you an A+ for your first speech. It was excellent, excellent. Y gracias por traer nuestra cultura a nuestras escuelas. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we are thrilled to welcome two graduates from Harper High School who have returned to CPS as employees in nutrition support services. Aziria Marin was part of the culinary arts program at Harper and is now serving as a porter in the nutrition supports and services department at Dewey Elementary School. And Kiari Grant, who also completed the culinary program at Harper, is now in the same role at Simeon High School. These students were both part of the Culinary to Careers program that is a joint venture between CPS and our partners at Aramark. This program allows students in the culinary arts to participate in a paid internship throughout their senior year of high school. These students work 2 to 3 days per week in a CPS school kitchen, and when they graduate, they are certified in food service and have the option to work for the CPS Nutrition Supports and Services Department. In addition, thanks to our partnership with Washburn Culinary and Hospitality Institute and Aramark, our students also are eligible to enroll for free in a culinary arts basic certification program that allows them to advance to more senior roles within the culinary and hospitality industry. I want to thank Washburn Culinary and Hospitality Institute and Aramark for their partnership, and pleased to invite Aziria and Kiari to share a bit more about their experience in the CPS Culinary to Careers pipeline. They're also joined today by Latoya Bibbs Colbreth, the Senior Manager of Nutrition Supports and Services, who will introduce them.
Hi, thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, board members and Dr. Jackson. My name is Latoya Bibbs. I'm the staffing manager with nutrition support, and I'm proud to present two recent graduates that have completed our Culinary 2 Career Pipeline program. The program provides real-life working experience for seniors in the Culinary Arts program. This program is a paid work-study internship for students from October to May. This program is paid for the students for their hard work that they do as far as training with our school dining managers. Students assist with preparation for breakfast and after-school meals. The 6-month pilot was conducted at 6 schools with 2 students per school with a total of 14 participants. Upon graduation, students are offered a full-time employment with nutrition support as their post-academic plan. 2 recent graduates from Harper Culinary Program was offered full-time positions as porters. Mr. Martin with Dewey Elementary School and Grant with Simeon Career Academy. On behalf of Nutrition Support Services, I'm very proud of our students and excited to continue the program for this year. Mr. Grant and Mr. Martin would like to share a few words about their experience.
Hello, my name is Ezra Martin. We started this program around December last year. It was very fun. We got to really, I ain't ever talked to my lunchroom manager as much as I did before I joined the program. I never had a conversation actually. But she taught us a lot. She taught us everything that we needed to know about the job, and she assisted us as much as we can. And Miss Angela and Miss Bibbs also did too, because it was very confusing at first. But it's a great opportunity for me. I think I enjoy it. We get paid a good amount of money to do a job that I've been seeing happen my whole life. So I ain't never know like a lot happens in the kitchen as much as I do now. But that one made me appreciate the lunchroom managers now. But yeah, it's a great program. They offer us a scholarship at the end of the program, so we could go to college for 2 years to get our associate's degree. And yeah, that's it.
Good job.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Kiari Grant. I work at Simeon High School now, but we started, like my colleague said, at Harper, where we attended. I just want to thank these two for giving us the opportunity, but I'd like to say that the program was good and the experience was great. It gave us a different aspect of the lunchroom that I never seen before. And not only that, it also gave us a choice between the two, that we can either go to work and start now, or we can go to college and wait a little bit. So I'll just like to say, yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, I want to congratulate both of you and encourage you to continue to look at other credentials that you could obtain in the industry, in the field. Keep climbing that ladder, because it's obvious to me, and I think to my fellow board members, that you both have what it takes. You both have what it takes, and I commend you for the success that you've already experienced. You're already successful. It's just a matter of continuing to add to that. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Finally, today, we are privileged to recognize the work of the Far Southside Community Action Council, which is led by Ms. Joyce Chapman, who has been a resident of Chicago's Pullman neighborhood since 1968. They are joined by Chicago Police Department Commander Joel Howard and several other officers from the 5th District. We are honoring them today because Ms. Chapman and the Far Southside CAC created and led the 2nd annual Peace Rally this past summer that I had the privilege of attending. On a cold February day in 2018, Ms. Joyce Chapman wanted to hold a candlelight vigil for a student who had recently passed away. Ms. Chapman, in partnership with the 5th District CPD CAPS office, met with CPS Sports Administration to secure Gately Stadium in March, and the Peace Rally was born. Ms. Chapman forged partnerships with local and corporate businesses and community residents to pull off the first Peace Rally in June 2018, where over 2,000 students attended. The inaugural Peace Rally was a success, and it has grown to become even bigger. This past summer, more than 2,500 students attended the second annual Peace Rally, and I'm sure it will only grow more in time. Since the late 90s, Ms. Chapman has been a community activist who has found ways to bring resources to the people who need them the most, and as she puts it, make 2 + 2 = 10. In addition to serving as chairwoman of the Far South Side Community Action Council, she has served as president of the Pullman Community Development Corporation, vice president of Neighborhood Housing Services of Chicago, president of the 5th District Policing Advisory Council, and president of the Gately Park Advisory Council. It gives me great pleasure to welcome and thank Ms. Joyce Chapman and the Far South Side CAC, the president of Olive Harvey, Kimberly Hollingsworth, Commander Joel Howard, and officers of the 5th District for the amazing work they are all doing on behalf of Chicago's children. Let's please give them all a big round of applause.
Where you get all that information from?
I've been watching you.
Good morning, everyone. We are the Far South CAC. We're one of the 9 CACs in School District 299 of Chicago Public Schools. Once again, we're number 7, and we are great. I must say that. I prayed very hard today that I would not cry. So, wipe my tears away. This came in a vision of, it was then Sergeant Hightower. She said, Joyce, she wanted some candles in the Gately Stadium, clicking and doing this with the kids. I'm like, but people bring me ideas like Mikey, and I'll go for anything. But if it will impact positively and productively our children and families. So we said yes to 2018. We reached out to Excel Academy, because I know they get tired of seeing my emails to them begging. But let me say this. I want to say this in front of everyone. Kevin Sweetland, who's the regional director, is not a time that he did not say yes. Not yet. I want to thank Commander Joe Howard, because if I heard that we got to get a permit one more time, you know, because we'll get shut down. But with the community engagement piece, because everybody look at the police in a negative vein. In the 5th District, we have one of the best districts in the city of Chicago under the leadership of our very own Commander Howard. The new kid on the block, President Hollingsworth, I know she said, oh, who is she, the big one? But one thing about it, yes, she did. One thing about it, President Hollingsworth never quivered. She never said no to any of our requests. All the banners, I don't know if you got to see the preview of the Peace Rally. They made all the pretty banners and everything. And even till today, President Hollingsworth has agreed to let us have our resource fair. This will be our 10th annual resource fair at Olive Harvey College. So thank you, President Hollingsworth. To Airmark. I know we have a very robust conversation for our children so they can get nutritional food. But I want to throw in a little pepperoni here or something there. But Angela, keep us on the straight and narrow about Airmark. And to my fellow CAC members, you know, someone told me, well, President Hollywood thought I get paid for doing what I do. She just told me that the other day in her office. I said, no, we do this as a labor of love, our CAC. We go out there and fight the good fight, because it's at the end of the day, President Duvalier, our common denominator here is children and families. To have the excellence for them as they achieve their children to have life successes through the educational process of the Chicago Public Schools. I want to say about Metropolitan Family Service, we just got an award last week. We were the community partner of the 2019 award from Metropolitan, but Metropolitan never wavered. That's where we hold our meeting. 235 East 103rd Street, every third Tuesday of the month. So you could come anytime from 6 to 8 p.m. And Felix Family Services is on the far south side. So, you know, I could go on and on and on, all the greatness that the CAC. I am so happy that this Board of Education, the Chicago Public School, Dr. Jackson, decided to do a CAC. Your 9 CACs are really functioning so aggressively and so worthwhile for our children and families in your district, in the district, you know. I know Daniel said, Joyce, you only got 2 minutes. I had a prepared speech, but I said, I'm not gonna say nothing today. That was a lie, but I want to, let me see, Beth, Quincy, and Principal Fabi is at the end. Oh. He's from Metcalf School, Principal Fabi. One of the most dynamite principals you have here working for you. And I would be remiss, where's Cheryl? Dr. Watkins. Come on up here, come and Google me, come on. Come on, come on, come on, Dr. Watkins. Come on, Deputy. I know she's gonna kill me later. Gonna kill me later. Let me tell you this. President Duvalier, CEO Jackson, we converse. We don't just willy-nilly do making up dates to do things. We converse, all right? Okay. And we can, so, and by the way, our next peace rally will be June 5th, 2020. Yes. So, and we want Soldiers Field. We want all the CACs to be there. To kick off for a great summer and have a peace rally. I already talked to Jay Dean, threw it out there, Jay Dean, I'll throw you on the bus. And she said she could handle the security along with Commander Howard. So I'd like to pass this to the secretary. And these folders will hold the information of what we're doing here, there in the CAC. And you can read why we decided to do the peace rally. So will you indulge me and can I get Commander Howard to say a few words, Excel Academy, Kevin Sweetland, Quincy, Principal Fabi, and Dr. Carmen Palmer has such an invitation that you cannot say no to. You want to go first, Dr. Palmer?
Well, I'll make mine very quick. There are 2 invitation folders, one for our dynamic Dr. Jackson, our CEO, and another for our new but dear to me, President Duvalier. And so I'm going to also ask that those be delivered. And just to give you an idea of what that is, very briefly, the Far South CAC wants to take this opportunity to invite you to be special guest speakers at our 2019 Far South CAC Education Town Hall that is scheduled for Saturday, November the 9th, 2019, primarily to the town hall will be for the purpose of presenting to the community and our special guests a brief overview of the CAC strategic education plan snapshots and CAC resource allocation plans. We're inviting the all CAC. We work very closely together. And so those who will accept the invitation to be collaborators around this will be present as well. Also to salute present LSC members and to recruit LSC members for the 2020 CPS LSC election. And lastly, to hear from our special guests on the CPS 5-year vision. So we're so hoping that your schedule will allow you to be with us. And thank you.
Good morning. I'd just like to thank the board for having us here, for recognizing what we were trying to do, which is to bring peace to the 5th District. I'd like to thank my CAPS team. I'd like to thank the sponsors of the event, our community partners, and the residents for making this such a success. As you know, we cannot bring peace to any community without the cooperation of everybody. So I'd like to thank everyone for taking part of this, and we look forward to next year. Thank you very much.
I'd just like to thank the board, Dr. Jackson and Chief McDade for allowing us to be a part of being an option for students in Chicago. And I'd also like to thank the Far Southside CAC and Joyce Chapman for allowing us to be such an integral part of this event. It's really a great event. We always look forward to supporting and being a part of it because we know that what happens with our students is not just from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. or 4 p.m. We're responsible for our students for 24 hours a day. And that involves summers and being a part of what's going on in the community. So thank you for the opportunity.
Dr. Hollingsworth, you would like to say a few words? I know I'm just taking over their board meeting.
So I'd like to thank Joyce for always thinking about Olive Harvey College whenever she's planning an event. She alluded to the fact that I thought that the work that she did was paid. I haven't seen anyone work as relentlessly as Joyce and the Far South Side CAC, so I'm proud to be a member and just honored to be here today. Thank you.
So I just want to thank the Far South CAC for the opportunity to allow us to live out part of the mission and vision of CPS. I am grateful for the evolution of such a vision that includes something called collective impact. And I believe that's what happens at every CAC meeting. There's collective impact. Just right in the back, you know, every solution starts with a problem. Just right back in that tight space, both I, Excel, Olive Harvey, and the commander were coming up with solutions to make sure that all ninth graders get back into school within a few moments. So I just want to thank the CAC for that space and also thank CPS for a wonderful mission and vision, which I know by heart because of my chief and deputy back there. So I just want to thank you all for that. Thank you.
And to Dr. Gano, she's part of the education committee too. So with that being said, we have right here our sculpture that the artist from New York, he heard about the peace rally. He did all his expenses. He came in, he wanted to be part of this peace rally. So what we did, we asked the students throughout the Far South CAC area, Network 13, to bring an item would signify peace to them and how they look at peace. So this is the end result. If you see the film clip, you'll see the clay in its raw form. And this is the art in work. So we like to present this to the Chicago Board of Education, to you, President DeValier, and say, this is what we do on the Far South Side. So this is what all the children brought and put it inside the clay.
Very good.
From Bob Clyett.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joyce Chapman,
Yes, sir.
you're an incredible leader. An incredible leader. And there are other Joyce Chapmans out there throughout the city of Chicago. They're there. They might not be as vocal as you are, but they're there. And for those who aren't as vocal, I suggest that they look towards you as the role model. People talk about the intractable problems in Chicago. Some of those problems. We talk about violence, we talk about a number of things. But we know that the only way those problems could be addressed is through your method. Partnerships, strong partnerships, all the sectors coming together, demonstrating that together you are strong. Together you are strong. We've taken a lot of time here today, but every second has been worth it.
Thank you.
Thank you for all you do. Thank you to the community colleges. Thank you to the schools. Thank you, the principals, the Chicago Police Department. You are a clear, very clear example of how positive things can happen in a community through dedication, commitment, and full engagement. Full engagement, because that's what it takes. In a consistent manner over a long period of time. These issues that we're all addressing, we make dents as we go along, but as we go along, the dents get deeper and deeper, and we make a difference. You're making a tremendous difference. And thank you very much, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We began this school year by announcing recent data showing that students from across Chicago are continuing to make progress in the classrooms. Our graduation rate, which has risen every year for the past 9 years, has now reached a historic 78.9%, and the district's one-year dropout rate has reached an all-time low of 6%. Our elementary reading and math scores are also at an all-time high. We were also thrilled to announce that the class of 2019 earned nearly $1.5 billion in scholarship offers. And nearly half of our graduates earned at least one college or career credential before completing high school. To put it simply, our students are learning more, staying in school, graduating high school, and enrolling in college in record numbers. These exciting results could not have been possible without the hard work of our students, families, teachers, and principals. And I hope they can all take a moment to reflect on the incredible progress we have made in the past decade. Ensuring high quality instruction in our schools is critically important to sustaining the progress that we've made. And this includes providing culturally relevant instruction that honors the diversity that we are so proud to celebrate in our classrooms. Just as we acknowledge and celebrate our nation's proud history, we must also expose our students to the path forged by African Americans and offer an honest accounting of our nation's history. As educators, we are always looking for new tools and strategies to help students contextualize the world around them so they can be informed and effective citizens. Thanks to our collaboration with the Pulitzer Center and the New York Times, every CPS high school received hundreds of copies of the New York Times, The 1619 Project at the start of the school year. Along with the accompanying supplemental curricular materials, the 1619 Project is a compelling new resource that offers us a new historical perspective. The stories we tell about our nation's history matter deeply. And the 1619 Project places the consequences of slavery and the contributions of African Americans at the very center of the story we tell ourselves about who we are as a nation. At CPS, we are committed to giving our students a historically accurate, culturally relevant, and engaging education. And these resources from the New York Times and the Pulitzer Center are invaluable in helping us to achieve that goal. Mr. President, this concludes the Chief Education Office report.
Thank you, Chief McDade. We'll proceed with the CEO remarks. Dr. Jackson, please.
Thank you and good morning, President Del Valle. I was thrilled to begin this school year by ringing the bell at the brand new Inglewood High School along with Mayor Lightfoot and a number of community leaders. This state-of-the-art school is already a neighborhood jewel, and it was a privilege to see so many happy students and families with smiles on their faces on day one. This school was built for the children of Inglewood, and I'm proud to say that we delivered on that promise on time. When this school is at capacity, it will serve up to 1,200 students who live in that neighborhood. I'd like to thank the Inglewood Community Action Council, as well as the Inglewood High School Steering Committee for their unwavering commitment to make this dream a reality. I would also like to acknowledge the work of the Public Building Commission and the Black-owned general contractor, Ujamaa, for the work that they did to build this amazing facility for the students in Inglewood. Every student has the right to attend a safe and supportive school, and it is our responsibility to ensure that we're doing everything within our power to address the diverse needs of our students. This includes more aggressively keeping our students safe from the growing teen epidemic of vaping. As an educator and parent, I was shocked to learn that 1 in 5 high school students across the country have tried vaping. The potential health risks associated with vaping are deadly serious. And e-cigarettes are now the most commonly used nicotine product amongst youth. So we must attack this situation head on in the school system. In collaboration with Mayor Lightfoot in the city's Department of Public Health, the district has provided all of our families with important information about this growing epidemic and the problem with vaping. This includes everything from how to spot an e-cigarette to tips on how to talk to your children about the risk associated with this addictive habit. And because stopping this trend must begin with our students themselves, we will work to educate them about the dangers vaping exposes them to. We would also like to thank our partner, Senator Durbin, who we were honored to host at Crane Medical Prep last week, and Mayor Lightfoot for leading this fight. We're eager to work with all of our partners, both locally and nationally, to bring an end to this public health emergency that is disproportionately affecting our youth. I would now like to update everyone on the new process that President Del Valle mentioned earlier for engaging the public as the board reviews proposed changes or modifications to district rules and policies. Because the feedback of all stakeholders is so crucial to our success, beginning Friday, September 27th, community members will have up to 30 calendar days to publicly comment on any rule changes or policies coming before the board. You will be able to use the website cps.edu/policy feedback. All comments sent through this listserv will be posted publicly 3 to 5 days after being submitted. And we look forward to receiving your constructive comments. Please note that confidential information about students, CPS employees, and others will not be published, nor will any language that CPS deems threatening or in any way inappropriate. We encourage you to visit the website now to learn more about the public comment process and to see what policies and rule changes are currently available for public comment. Finally, today, in light of the strike authorization vote that the CTU is holding this week, I would like to emphasize to our parents and families that the district is continuing to meet with representatives from CTU, and we remain confident that a deal can be made that does not disrupt classroom learning. We believe our generous offer honors the teachers and the work that they have done to drive historical academic progress in this district. And our current offer will give teachers on average a 16% raise, which really equates to about $19,000 over the life of the contract. This means that the average teacher salary in CPS will be just shy of $100,000 a year by the end of the contract. I believe we have a strong foundation for a fair contract, but this contract does not represent the full scope of important issues that we're committed to addressing with our teachers, school leaders, and families. The teachers union has prioritized issues that an independent fact finder concluded fall outside of bargaining. These are important matters and we share mutual interests, including increasing staffing for social workers, nurses, special education case managers, and where we have made public commitments to investing in our schools. This summer, following meetings with families, school leaders, educators, and community members, we committed to an ambitious plan to hire 200 new social workers, 250 nurses, and additional social workers because we are serious about addressing the issues that matter most to our schools. In the past year, CPS has hired nearly 100 additional social workers and 50 additional nurses. And by the end of the contract, we will have doubled those numbers, the number of nurses and social workers supporting our schools. Our students, their families, and our educators deserve to have an uninterrupted school year so we can continue building on the incredible progress that we've made in the past decade. I'm committed to doing whatever is within my power to help us reach an agreement that honors the service of our teachers while providing our families with the certainty that they need that the school year will not be interrupted. I continue to be optimistic that we can reach an agreement that will give our outstanding teachers the compensation they deserve while keeping all CPS students in school where they belong. President Del Valle, this concludes my prepared remarks.
Thank you. Dr. Jackson, are there any questions from board members at this time? If not, we'll proceed. I'd like to proceed to announcements. Please use our website, cpsboe.org. If you need to seek assistance or want to meet with a board member during office hours, we encourage you to take advantage of the opportunity to meet with board members outside of a board meeting. Madam Secretary, please share the details for the next board meeting.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next board meeting will be held on Wednesday, October 23rd, 2019 at the CPS Loop office. Advanced registration will open at 10:30 a.m. on Monday, October 21st, 2019 and close on Tuesday, October 22nd at 2019 at 5 p.m. or until all slots are filled, whichever is first. If anyone has any questions about this process, please contact the board office for our assistance. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's now proceed with today's public participation session. As a reminder, union representatives will speak before public participation, and any elected officials will speak after the recess upon arrival. Madam Secretary, please share the rules for public participation.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. Speakers, please listen while I provide directions for public participation. I will call your name and number when it is your turn to speak. When you hear your name, please immediately proceed to the staging area to the left of the podium and check in with our board office staff member. We'll have someone assisting us shortly. You will be lined up in the right order. When it is your turn to speak, proceed to the podium and state your name. After you state your name, I will then start the 2-minute clock, which is visible to all in the audience. I would like to note that there is a timer on top of the podium for the speakers to see. When there are 30 seconds remaining, the color will turn yellow, and when the 2 minutes are up, the light will turn to red. Please immediately take your seat when your time is up to allow for the next speaker to begin. Also, for anyone who plans to stand in support of a speaker, please be aware that the only walkway in the boardroom is behind the podium. Therefore, if you would kindly make a single file line and stand as near as the railing as possible, this will still allow people to pass through the area safely. Thank you.
Thank you. Please call the first speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. And our first speaker today will be Jesse Sharkey, please, CTU President.
Good morning, members of the board, CEO Jackson. In case you made the mistake of getting your news about what's going on in contract bargaining from the Tribune editorial pages or from certain kind of statements that have been circulating, including, by the way, some stuff in that presentation, CEO Jackson, that you made that's wrong, I want to come and set the record straight a little bit about bargaining. The Chicago Teachers Union in general, and myself in particular, are committed to this bargaining process and working out a contract that's fair for students, that represents dignity and respect for the people who work in the Chicago Public Schools, and getting that done without a strike if that's humanly possible. You're never going to hear me say that money isn't important. Pay and benefits are important. PSRP pay, for example, in the Chicago Public Schools, many of our education support personnel or paraprofessionals, who we call PSRPs, make wages which qualify their children for free or reduced price lunch under federal poverty guidelines. We have literally hundreds and hundreds of employees making under $30,000 a year, which is not a lot of money in a city like Chicago. However, I also want to really say that we need to make progress on issues that affect working and student learning conditions that aren't just about money. And this has been a consistent refrain that we've made. I know that the district is sort of putting a lot of emphasis on your economic package, but I just need everyone who's watching this presentation to understand that it's not primarily money that we're trying to emphasize. We need to deal with staffing. There are many critical shortages in our schools, and we need to deal with class size. We need those in writing. The primary reason those issues are no longer in our contract, because they used to be in the Chicago teachers contract, is that there was an amendatory act passed in the legislature in 1995, which is known by, and that act is known by the section of the school code, which it amended. In fact, it took out the right to bargain over class size, subcontracting, staffing levels, particularly for one city in the state of Illinois and one city alone, and that was Chicago. And we think that's unfair. There was a senator at the time who said, and I'm going to quote here, he said that this is the most irresponsible piece of legislation affecting education that I've seen come before this body, the Senate, in the 8 years that I've been here. And that senator on May 23rd, 1995 was Miguel del Valle, who remembers saying that. And my point here is this, that we have the ability as adults that believe in a shared mission and have a mayor who's campaigned on the idea that we can provide basic educational supports, equity and support for neighborhood schools, we have a right to get that in writing and get it into our contract in a way that will both do right by the people who work in the schools and right by all the people who use the schools. And that's what we expect in this contract. We're going to keep working at the table hard until we get that. And if we can do that, then we can land this agreement without further labor conflict. If we can't, then the CTU is going to stand on principle and do what's necessary in order to try to get those commitments in writing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharkey.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I'll now proceed with the speakers list.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Our speakers, Mr. President, will be speaker number 1, please, Jennifer Biggs, followed by speaker number 7, Mary Hughes. We will then have speaker number 2, Nakia Terry, and speaker number 3, Joe Pace. Jennifer Biggs, please.
Good morning. I wasn't expecting to be up here this fast. Jenny Biggs, CPS mom of 3, raise your hand. CPS should be more explicit about the U.S. Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights findings and the fact that they now have oversight to protect CPS students from sexual violence. You've published updates to the CPS Protecting Chicago's Students webpage, as well as the Office of Student Protection's and Title IX webpage. These pages don't really explain what just happened. The feds have oversight. What is the district doing to actively inform students, parents, educators, and alumni who reported that they were subject to sexual harassment since September 2016? Complaints need to be filed by November 15th in a very specific way. It is laid out on these web pages, but I haven't seen this anywhere else. Also, these pages are very adult-centric, meaning it's geared towards parents and educators. These web pages should also be made accessible and clearer to students, explaining what to do if they are a victim or know a victim. Yes, there are posters up at every school. I've seen them myself as a parent, but kids need this information clearly laid out on the CPS website, and it should be prominently displayed on the district's homepage, and CPS should be using social media. Put more social workers in the schools. We've said this so many times, so that students have a place to deal with the stress and trauma they are facing. This is why we've always advocated for a social worker in every school, plus more, to reach the professional standard. We also advocate for a nurse and librarian in every school. We advocate for full special education services, as well as compensatory services that are due. And we'd like to talk about this teacher prep item in the contract negotiations. Where is this idea coming from for all this principal-directed teacher prep? As a former teacher, I know the incredible value of teacher prep time. As a parent, I do too. This is the time a teacher will communicate with me, the parent. Teachers email responses to parents as well as call parents during this time. I've met teachers for actual
Ms. Biggs,
conferences I will complete.
thank you.
For my child during their prep time. And as a parent volunteer, I'd meet and plan activities for our school garden during a teacher's prep time. This is a terrible idea to mess with. We urge both CPS and CTU to take every measure possible to avoid a strike. I also want to tell the board, please make sure you read Sarah Karp's recent article entitled Top Chicago Schools, Let's Diverse 10 Years After Order to Desegregate Ends. And please read Dr. Stephanie Farmer's report on student-based budgeting. Student-based budgeting
Ms.
concentrates
Biggs,
low
thank
budget
you for
schools
your
in
comments.
Chicago's Black neighborhoods.
Our
Thank
next
you.
speaker, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, board members. I'm Mary Hughes, Special Ed Parent Liaison with Raise Your Hand, and I wanted to discuss 3 things today. I want to call your attention to a report that Raise Your Hand submitted to the former board last January on how the current high school application process discriminates against students with disabilities. We ask that CPS make changes to the high school application process that expands opportunities for students with disabilities who score below the 25th percentile on their 7th grade NWEA. As the criteria removes opportunity to even apply for many of the CTE programs, like the one that was just celebrated earlier in this meeting, like the culinary program. I also ask you to remove the application and selection criteria decisions from the high school level, as they have no incentive to serve the students who have lower NWEA scores, even when that score is directly related to their disability. CPS must expand opportunities for students with disabilities to enroll in engaging, high interest, motivating high school programs. Next, the Pearson data breach. We now know that CPS is part of the massive breach of data held by Pearson for their Ames Web product. Since the data that was breached may even go back to the late 1990s, individual notification of families is not enough. You need to publish and provide to the media a list of affected schools in the years that they use the Ames Web product, and provide a way for former students to check if they are part of the breach. Breach victims are eligible for credit monitoring and can also join a class action lawsuit against Pearson, but that can't happen if they don't know that they were affected. Third, I want to again urge you to reconsider your proposal to spend money making all CPS schools first floor accessible, as that will make none of these multi-story schools ADA accessible or compliant. And it will not open up the
Ms.
option
Hughes?
for even one student in a wheelchair. Please revise your plan and invest this money in making fewer schools actually ADA compliant.
Ms. Hughes,
My-
thank you. Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
comments.
Thank you.
President Del Valle, can
Yes,
I provide two
Dr.
quick?
Jackson, please.
Thank you. At first, I appreciate the comments from our first speaker regarding notification as it relates to the OCR findings. We did send out an initial letter, and this Friday, we will be sending out communication to all families. So thank you for that feedback, and that's in flight. We will also be using social media channels to share that information. I did hear your comments around the web page, and we will take that under advisement. The other thing I wanted to say to raise your hand is thank you again for your comments around involving diverse learners in the Go CPS process. I do want to note that while the application does start open next week, we are going to continue with the process we used last year to give our families more choice. But as we relaunch Go CPS, which is a longer process, we have to customize it. We will be including many of the recommendations that we've talked about. So I know you're coming to the meeting to keep it alive, but just know that we are working on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the next speaker, Nakia Terry, please.
Hi, my name is Nakia Terry. I am the LSC chair at Oglesby Elementary School. I'm also a Montessori parent and partner, and I have been for the past 6 years. I'm here today basically trying to get some consistency at our school. I think as educators in this room, we can all agree that in order to have a successful school and to promote all of the things that are conducive to learning and excellence, partnerships have to happen. Partnerships have to be a part of that. The LSC is a partner of the school, as long as the PAC, as well as parents, as well as community members. For a decade, Oglesby School, LSC, has not had full power due to a principal removal over a decade ago. Prior to that, to at least as far as I have been able to go back to 2003, the school has been an academic failing school. And despite all of that, for the past 6 years consistently, we have had a full and active LSC with parents, community members, as well as teachers. Yet despite that involvement consistently, we have not been given authority to select a principal. We are now on our 4th principal in
Ms.
the
Terry?
7 years that I've been there, and we are still no closer to excellence or getting there. And now, without any type of notice to the LSC or input, our last principal, who had at least been there for 3 years, had been removed and replaced with someone who has come in on a platform of divisiveness from day one, not just with LSC, but with staff
Ms. Terry?
and with parents and with students.
Thank you for your comments.
I'm asking for the board to please, if you're not going to allow the LSC to be a part of this process of oversight for our school, then please appoint an independent, unbiased, dedicated oversight and mediation over there. You cannot say your LSC doesn't have power, but then there's no direct oversight for the schools.
Thank you.
Thank you.
President Del Valle, Willie will speak with the parent, but I do want to acknowledge that Ms. Perry did meet with both the chief officer, Dr. Lawson, as well as Dr. Karen Saffold, and we'll continue to engage the LSE.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll continue. The next speaker, please, Joe Pace. Last call. Moving on to the next speakers, we'll have speaker number 4, please. Noeli Valentin, followed by speaker number 11, Daisy Diaz. We will then have speaker number 5, Myosha Bailey, followed by speaker number 8, Taisha Watkins. Ms. Valentin?
Good morning, board members and Dr. Jackson. My name is Noelle Valentin, and my son Lucas is currently in 6th grade at CICS West Belden, where he has been a student since 2013. Sorry. Although there is an elementary school half a block from our home, I enrolled Lucas at West Belden because of CICS's long-standing reputation of successfully preparing its students for college. My highest priorities were to choose a school that was safe, would foster his social and emotional development, and ultimately prepare him for academic success. West Belden has exceeded my expectations, not only in what I felt were my initial priorities, but also in areas that I had not even considered. The leadership and staff have done an outstanding job in creating a culture of community, inclusivity, academic excellence, and love and respect for each child that walks through their doors. My son is thriving both academically and socially, and I know this is due to the dedicated teachers and staff who every day welcome him with a joyful smile and continuously encourage him to be the very best version of himself. They pour their best into him daily and have instilled a love of learning that he will carry on for the rest of his life. Like many parents, I consistently question myself in the many decisions that are made while raising a child. Am I making the right choices for my son? Could I have done this or that better? Am I challenging him enough? Am I tough or not tough enough? All of the parenting decisions that may keep me up at night, I know I have made at least one right choice, and that was choosing West Belden. I encourage you to please visit our campus and meet with our school's leadership and teachers and staff who make West Belden a space of encouragement and success for every one of their students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valentin. And the next speaker, please, Daisy Diaz.
Good morning, Dr. Jackson and CPS board members. My name is Daisy Diaz, and I am a parent whose 3 children currently are attending CICS West Belden. We have been part of the West Belden family since 2012. And yes, I call West Belden family because that's exactly what it is to us. My kids just love their school, and I don't just say that because they go there. It's because I see it in their faces every day, the way they are achieving academically. I have a 7th grader and 2 twin boys are in 5th grade, and they are doing amazing. They love to be involved in their school, and they love their teachers. They feel a sense of belonging since day one, a sense of welcoming where they can express themselves, be themselves. Their teachers and staff, they're always willing to go the extra mile for their students. Parents and teachers build a bond where us parents can have that direct involvement with our students and be there in that process as they grow as individuals and also importantly their academic. So throughout the years, every teacher that I've seen there has shown tremendous support and dedication. So when you see your child grow as an individual, as a person, and they become achievers and leaders, that's when you know that you made the right choice at West Belden. So I encourage you to please visit our school and come and see the phenomenal work our teachers and staff put into the school, and most importantly, to see our students and their phenomenal accomplishments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. Our next speaker, please, Myosha Bailey.
Greetings, members of the board. It is a pleasure to be before you today. My name is Myosha Bailey. I am here today on behalf of the Noble Network of Charter Schools, specifically Gary Comer College Prep High School. My granddaughter Bobby has been a part of the Noble family since being enrolled at the Gary Comer Middle School. We are excited about the opportunity to choose a school on the South Side that is strong in academics, but also prepares students socially for the real world. My family ran into devastating overwhelming problems with NWEA logistics before finding Comer. I can confidently say that putting Bobby in Noble Schools is the better decision we as a family has made, and we are proud that she is now attending the high school. The academic rigor and cultural structure at the middle school is very similar to that of the high school. I appreciate the support provided at Noble, and the recognition we receive on a national scale is even more of a plus. It felt so good to hear that MIT released groundbreaking new research on the positive impact of Noble Network of Charter Schools. The pride that comes from this is unmatched, and I'm so excited that our family is a part of the legacy. Lastly, I think that the opportunities for parent engagement and community building are endless. Not only am I connected with Comer parents, I am connected with Noble parents across our entire network, learning how they engage their scholars, and I'm looking forward to building on the relationships I've made thus far this school year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey, for your comments. The next speaker, please, speaker number 8, Taisha Watkins. As she approaches the podium, I'll call speaker number 6, Gary Welch, followed by speaker number 9, Consuelo Martinez, 10, Maria Colon, 14, Juana Hernandez, 16, Maria Arroyo, 22, Azucena Martinez, and then speaker number 50, Maria Esther.
Greetings, members of the board. It's a pleasure to be with you before today. My name is Taisha Watkins, a new parent of the Noble Network of the Charter School. I have 2 scholars at Gary Comer, Tabria Allen, and Atiana Williams, juniors and freshmen. Oh, sorry. So we just like the school. It was a neighborhood school. I just froze up, but thank you.
It's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Watkins.
Ma'am, you have like written comments you'd like to leave with us?
Yes, we're gonna leave the speech that she has.
Yes, thank you.
Our next speaker, please, speaker number 6, Gary Welch. Last call. Moving on to the next speaker, please, speaker number 9, Consuelo Martinez.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Consuelo Martínez, vivo en el sur de Chicago, soy mamá de hijos que están estudiando en la escuela CPS. Hoy estoy aquí no solo porque quiero comunicar mi sentir, sino también quiero comunicar el sentir de otros padres líderes de la comunidad escolar de Baco de Jazz College Prep. Durante los últimos 7 años de haberse fundado esta high school, nuestros estudiantes no han tenido el privilegio de tener su propia biblioteca para uso completo de la escuela, debido a que esta biblioteca pública está localizada dentro del plantel de la high school y es totalmente compartida con la comunidad en el barrio de las Empacadoras. Las reglas y pólizas de seguridad de las bibliotecas públicas de Chicago son diferentes a las de las CPS. Los horarios de función también son diferentes entre los dos. Una biblioteca es un recurso muy importante para el aprendizaje de los estudiantes y ellos merecen el acceso a un espacio seguro con un horario de función antes, durante y después de la escuela. La falta de este recurso no les brinda el apoyo necesario para tener el éxito en los programas IB y Dual Language, entre otros. Ahora la necesidad de acción es más grande. No solo son 300 alumnos, son más de 1,100. Necesitamos y nos preocupa tener seguridad en nuestras escuelas, su integridad y que nuestros alumnos terminen bien sus tareas. Como padres de los estudiantes de la high school, queremos pedirles a ustedes su apoyo. Queremos que la instalación de la biblioteca solo sea uso exclusivo para la High School College Prep, como la intención de la arquitectura del modelo urbano de las nuevas high school. Su apoyo estará ejerciendo equidad para los estudiantes de las escuelas de este barrio y para la comunidad. Nuestros estudiantes merecen ser valorados. Gracias.
Gracias, señora Martínez. Our next speaker, please, speaker number 10, Maria
I'm going to
Colon.
translate her. Okay. Good morning. My name is Consuelo Martinez, and I live in the south side of the city. I am a mother of 2 children that study in CPS. I'm here attempting to communicate not only my feelings, but also those of other parents leaders from our academic community in the back of the Yards Preparatory. During the past 7 years, since the school's inception, our students have not had the privilege of having their own school library, given a public library branch is localized within the school campus, and it's completely shared with the community in the back of the Yards neighborhood. The safety rules and policies of public libraries in Chicago are different than those of CPS. The hours of function are also different between the two. A library is a very important resource for students learning and, excuse me, and these students deserve access to a safe space before, during, and after school hours. The lack of this resource do not provide the support necessary for the various academic programs in the high school, including IB and dual language. We are concerned about the safety of our kids. We are concerned about their integrity. We are concerned that they cannot finish their homework given the lack of this resource in a community that already faces other barriers. As parents of students in high school, we want to ask for your support. We want the library within the school campus to be for the school's total use, as was the intention of the urban model architecture of the new high schools. Your support will be exercising equity for the students of the public school and for the community. Our students deserve to be valued, I'm sorry. And thank you for your time, Consuelo Martinez.
Thank you very much, Ms. Colon. Their next speaker is Juana Hernandez, please.
Hola, buenos días. Soy la señora Juana Hernández. Estoy aquí representando a los padres de la comunidad, pero más que nada estoy como madre de estudiantes en la escuela. Estamos preocupados por la seguridad de nuestra biblioteca, ya que nuestros estudiantes han visto el peligro y se han visto acosados dentro, fuera de la biblioteca. La biblioteca es pública y carece de vigilancia, detectores de metal, y estamos cansados de poner en riesgo a nuestros estudiantes, ya que como nuestra biblioteca es pública, entran personas de la calle que no sabemos que si son depredadores sexuales. Ha habido testimonios que dentro de la biblioteca se ven personas usando las computadoras y están viendo pornografía. Los estudiantes han sido intimidados por otros jóvenes, adultos, y acuden a la biblioteca y pertenecen a las pandillas de gangas. Por lo tanto, nuestros jóvenes siguen arriesgándose a estar yendo a hacer sus trabajos a la escuela. Queremos una biblioteca segura para nuestros niños y estudiantes, que ellos, en vez de preocuparse por su seguridad, se preocupen por sus estudios académicos. Por favor, denos su apoyo. Se los pedimos como padres y miembros de la comunidad. Gracias.
Gracias, señora Hernández.
Okay, here, I'm sorry. I'm translating a lot of them. And this is my first time translating, and my speech is in public. Okay. Hello, I am Juana Elias Hernandez. I'm here on behalf of the parents in the community, but mostly I am here as a mother of students in school. We are worried about the safety in the library because our students have experienced incidents of harassment inside and outside the library. The existing library lacks surveillance and a metal detector. We are tired of putting out our children at risk because the public library allows any person to enter, risking the entry of sexual predators. We have testimonials of seeing people watching porn inside the library. The students have been intimidated by other youth and adults that access the library and are gang affiliated. All the while the students are trying to get their homework done, their safety is compromised. We want a library that is safe for the students. They could have to be concerned for the security. They should be able to focus on their studies. Please give us your support. We as parents and members of the Back of the Yards community. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, please, Maria Arroyo.
Buenos días, mi nombre es María Arroyo. Soy la vicepresidenta del comité de Back of the Yards College Prep. Ha estado a un nivel 1 más desde su apertura. Una gran parte de su calificación se debe a que el colegio tiene el programa IB, entre otros como el Dual Language. Sin embargo, hay riesgo que el programa se cierre por no cumplir con uno de los requisitos del programa IB. Esto reducirá el nivel de la escuela y llevaría a estudiantes en el programa a perder todo el progreso que hicieron en él. El requisito necesario es tener acceso a una biblioteca escolar. Una biblioteca exclusiva para los estudiantes funcionaría como un buen lugar de autorreflexión, que es incluido en el requisito del programa. Además, brindarles a los estudiantes un lugar para hacer la tarea y esperar a que comiencen sus programas antes y después del horario escolar. Lo más pronto que se abre la biblioteca pública en ciertos días es a las 9 a.m. y esto no es lo suficientemente temprano. Dando el apoyo a este programa, no solo beneficia a la escuela, sino beneficia a la comunidad. Esta secundaria es la única con el programa IB en el suroeste de Chicago. Si el programa se cierra, deja a la comunidad sin oportunidades de una mejor educación a la que se pueda acceder fácilmente. Muchas gracias por su atención.
Thank you, señora Arroyo.
Good morning. Oh, excuse me.
I have a
Sorry.
quick question. Dr. Jackson, is there a danger of losing an IB program because of the library not being our library and being a Chicago Public Library?
I think what they're, well, definitely we wouldn't take away the program. I think
Right.
what they're conveying is the students don't have enough access or they don't feel safe going into the library that they need to
No,
access in
But,
order to do.
but there is no danger of losing the IB
No,
program.
no.
You're not going to lose the IB
No.
program. Okay?
Yeah.
I know that there are other issues, but I just
Yeah.
wanted that to be clear.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
so I'm going to translate what she said, okay? Okay, good morning. My name is Maria Arroyo. I am the Vice President of the PAC Committee. Back of the Yards College Prep has maintained a level 1+ rating since its start. A part of the positive rating is because the school has an IB program amongst other programs like dual language. However, here is a risk of losing the program because of certain requirements not met. Losing programs would reduce the rating of the school and would cause the students to lose progress in their studies. It is a requirement to have access to a library. Having a library exclusively for school use would allow the space to be used as a space for auto-reflection, which is a necessary part of the IB program. Additionally, a school library would serve as a space for students to work on their studies and a safe space for them to wait for any programs before or after school hours. The earliest the public library branch opens is 9 a.m. only on certain days, which is not early enough for students to utilize. Maintaining the IB program benefits both the school and the community. This is one of the few IB programs in the southwest side of the city. If the program closes because it is not receiving enough support, it leaves the community without the opportunity of accessible quality education. Thank you.
Quiero, por favor, aclarar lo que
Ujú.
dije en inglés.
Ujú.
Y la doctora Jackson respondió que bajo ninguna circunstancia van a perder el IB program, el programa IB. No lo van a perder. Eso es garantía. ¿Ok?
Mr.
Sé que
President.
se tiene que resolver las otras cosas, pero queremos estar claros en ese punto. ¿Ok? Gracias por estar aquí.
Mr. President, they do have 2 additional speakers. Are you going to proceed with the 2 additional speakers or are you good with the individuals that spoke? ¿Van a seguir con las otras 2 personas? Entonces, Mr. President, tenemos a number 22, please, Azucena Martínez.
Okay, I'm Maria Colin. Let me see. Okay. Good morning. My name is Azucena Martinez, and I am here representing the parents and students of Back of the Yards College Prep High School. I am here to ask that you consider us as you allocate the new funds that the city has received from the government. I want to ask that you help us recover the library for the use of the students and that the city construct another public library for the community. Our school has a great need for this resource and our students will benefit tremendously by receiving this academic support. With Lori Lightfoot's equity initiative, it is important to invest money in the neighborhoods that need it the most. Communities with low resources need more support in the form of investments, such as a stand-alone public library where our children can invest time learning, developing their interests, and socializing in a relaxed and quiet environment. Our youth and kids need educational programs and safe spaces to avoid being in the streets and being exposed to different types of dangers. Thank you for your time, and we hope we can count on your support. We are sure we will be included in your list of priorities. Thank you.
Thank you. Y señora Colón, the last speech then, but de María Esther Fernández.
También falta María Colín.
Por favor.
Ok, buenos días. Mi nombre es María Esther Fernández, tengo 28 años viviendo en Bacos de Yar y 19 años de voluntaria en la comunidad y en las escuelas donde han estudiado mis 3 hijas. Estoy aquí como representante de mi comunidad. Yo estuve recolectando firmas y mucha gente me dijo que no sabía que teníamos biblioteca pública en el área, pues no está muy visible. La biblioteca pública está rentando el espacio a CPS, donde originalmente está el plano de la biblioteca de nuestra escuela. Por el momento ya se venció el contrato y no queremos que lo renueven. Porque no se puede compartir el espacio. La biblioteca pública se mudó de su local anterior por problemas de inundación. Tomaron la decisión de mudarse a la escuela apresuradamente sin consultar a la comunidad y era nada más eventualmente. Desde el principio tuvimos problemas compartiendo el espacio y ahora que ya estamos a capacidad completa con todos los grados, es peor. La comunidad ocupa una biblioteca pública más grande con estacionamiento y más computadoras para los niños para que hagan sus tareas y proyectos porque se llena. Esta comunidad se merece un espacio seguro y un recurso de aprendizaje para todos. Gracias.
Gracias, señora Fernández. So their last speaker then, Mr. President, is speaker number 10, please. María Colón. Colín.
I need to translate her first. Is okay?
Do you want
Is
her
that
to
okay
proceed?
or?
Quickly. Please.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Maria Esther Fernandez. I have been living in the Back of the Yards for over 20 years. 19 years of those as a volunteer in the community and in the schools where my 3 daughters have studied. I am here as a representative of my community. As I was collecting signatures, I heard from many people that they did not know that we have a public library in the area. It is not very visible. The public library is renting the space from CPS, where the library was originally planned for the Back of the Yards College Prep. At the moment, the Chicago Public Library contract has expired. We do not want the contract to be renewed as a shared space between the school and the library. The public library moved from its previous location due to flood problems. The city made a decision to move to the Chicago Public Library to their school was done hastily, and the community was not fully consulted. From the beginning, we had problems sharing the space, and now more than ever since we are at full capacity with all grade levels. The Back of the Yard High School needs its own library, as well as the community needs a larger public library with parking and more resources to meet in the needs of the community. The community deserves safe spaces and learning resources for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. ¿Y vas a seguir, María Colón?
Buenos días. Mi nombre es María Colín. Vengo de la preparatoria Baco de Yars y les presento la siguiente petición. Queremos que a la escuela Baco de Yars se le devuelva su biblioteca. La escuela la necesita dentro del plantel para que los estudiantes no tengan que salir del edificio. Por ejemplo, los estudiantes tendrán más acceso a más computadoras, más libros y un espacio silencioso para un mejor rendimiento académico. Este recurso es muy importante también para apoyar a los maestros. El edificio de nuestra escuela ha sido premiado por su diseño arquitectónico. Sin embargo, al quitarle la biblioteca, pierde una parte muy importante de su estructura. Todas las escuelas preparatorias con el modelo urbano de CPS tienen su propia biblioteca y nuestra escuela no la tiene. Necesitamos este recurso que es importante para el éxito de nuestros estudiantes. Hay espacios disponibles en la comunidad de Baco de Yars para construir una biblioteca pública más grande y que cuente con su propio estacionamiento. Nosotros estamos comprometidos en abogar por una biblioteca pública para la comunidad. Al fin, hemos recibido el apoyo verbal de los representantes Teresa Ma, Aarón Ortiz y el congresista Jesús Chuy García. Gracias por su tiempo. Aquí les dejo nuestra petición. Gracias.
Gracias, señora Colín. That was their last speaker, Mr. President.
Quick summary.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Maria Colin. I come from back of the George High School, and I bring you this request. We want our library to be returned to the back of the George School. The school needs it on campus so that students do not have to leave the school building to have access to computers, books, and a quiet space for better academic performance. This resource is important to support teachers and students. Our school has been recognized for its architectural design, but nevertheless, when removing the library, it loses a very important part. All high schools need the urban CPS model, have their own library, and our schools does not have one. We need this important resource for our students to succeed. There are spaces available in the community to build a larger public library that has its own parking lot. We are committed to advocating for a library for the community. We have the verbal support of the representative Teresa Ma, Aaron Ortiz, and Jesus Chuy Garcia. Thanks for your time. Here I leave our request. Thank you.
Thank you all for coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll continue with the speakers list. We'll call speaker number 12, please, Araceli Munoz, followed by speaker number 13, Terry Smith. We'll then have speaker 15, Elaine Bobby, followed by speaker 17, Christina Tasson, and then speaker number 18, Maureen Green. Speaker number 12, please, Araceli Munoz.
Good morning, President Del Valle and distinguished board members of Dr. Jackson. My name is Araceli Munoz, and I'm here today to talk about my children's school, Brighton Park, which is part of the Zero School Network. I have 3 children at Brighton Park. Ruby is in on 7th grade, and my twins Nelly and Melly are in 2nd grade. I love my children's support and the people who make up the school community. Principal Corey and the teacher staff there are so supportive and friendly. As a school volunteer, I had the opportunity to work closely with the school, and it has been a wonderful experience for my family. 2 of my children are diverse learners, and I'm very happy with how the school provides them with the unique support they need to grow. Brighton Park does a great job of keeping my children engaged with the school and making them feel at home there while challenging them academically. I am very pleased with the quality of education my children are receiving at their school. I look forward to CPS continuing to support school choice so that my children and other students and family across the city may benefit from attending charter school like Brighton Park. Thank you. And I just want to say thank you. This is my first time being here. And I want to say hi to the president. The last time that I see you was on my 7th grade field trip. Back then. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that.
Our next
That was
speaker,
great.
Mr. President, speaker number 13, please, Terry Smith. Last call for Terry Smith. Moving on to the next speaker, please, 15, Elaine Bobby. Last call. The next speaker, please, 17, Christina Tasson. Last call.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Christina Tassoni, and I am an LSC parent rep, speaking on behalf of Sauganash Elementary School. I'm here with our principal, Chris Munns, fellow LSC members and parents. Please refer to the handouts to follow along with the visuals. We are here to discuss the need for a capital expansion to reduce overcrowding at our school. As of today, we are at 123% capacity. We have consistently grown 4% every year. This year, it rose to 6% with an additional 36 students and is trending to grow. Space is our issue. As an example, our 2 third-grade classrooms have 40 students in one and 39 in the other. We have maximized all spaces: storage closets, hallways, stairwell landings have all been converted for instruction. We have lost a library, a music room. Music is now on a cart visiting homerooms. We are not compliant with special ed IEP testing space requirements. Our nurse sees students in the MDF room. We have received several fire department citations for unsafe conditions. Space is our issue with a safety liability. In addition, our gym is too small to house large class sizes for gym. Sports games cannot fit teammates and parents. There's no space for them. Our ask is for an expansion to rebuild a larger gym with 12 classrooms above the gym to support 3 classes per grade level and the upcoming mandated preschool classes. Please note, what is not an option and will not be accepted from our community are boundary changes or closed enrollment as a neighborhood school. Capital expansion is what we need. We would like a follow-up to our ask. To be fair to our students and teachers, we will be here every month until we have a solution. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. We'll continue, Mr. President. Thank you. Speaker number 18, please, Maureen Green. As she approaches the podium, the next group that I would like to call are the Safe Haven group, and I will name those individuals shortly. So if you could start lining yourselves up with our staff assistants to your left, I would appreciate that. Thank you. Ms. Green?
Greetings, member of the board. It is my pleasure to be here before you today. My name is Maureen Green. I am here today on the behalf of Johnson College Prep, the Inglewood campus of Noble Network of Charter Schools. My twin scholars, Jenny and George, are now juniors at the Inglewood institution. My son, George, is a diverse learner. Location, academics, rigorous special education, and safety were all components added in our comprehensive search. The community had a sense of pride, and we were immediately felt welcome upon our visit. School size was also of grave importance because I have students with who needed learning support. I know that navigating a big school building with crowded hallways and not easy to find classrooms can cause anxieties. Johnson was the first school I ever heard the term diverse learners. That was really important to me. And that alone speaks volumes to how students, which have certain different types of disabilities, are perceived on that campus. I'm most proud of the fact that my daughter Jenny was recently afforded the opportunity to attend Noble's Summer of a Lifetime. This is where students get to go spend time on a university campus away from home over the summer. She spent the summer at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. What was most interesting about it is that Jenny loves Japanese culture. She spent a great deal of time at the university's Japanese Culture House. meeting foreign exchange students. I am grateful because it is through Johnson College Prep Noble that students are exposed to such diverse opportunities that eventually become benefactors in my scholars' lives. And that is the truth. Last year, Johnson.
Ms. Green?
Oh, yes. Last year, Johnson College Board, they got the results back that the students from the Computer Science Female Diversity Award, they won the award for placement of Computer Science Female Diversity Award. This award is given to schools who obtain female students or representation in advanced placement, computer science principles, CSP, and
Thank you.
more TMC.
Thank you, Ms. Green.
And thank you all, and I hope to see you all come visit us. And I'm gonna lead a speech with y'all.
Thank you.
With you all, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. President. So our next group, Mr. President, are individuals from various organizations and churches regarding the Safe Haven program. And I will call speaker number 19, Steve Epting, 25, Charity Barnes, 26, Chris Butler, 31, Carlos Perez. We have 32, Jessica Quigley, 37, Christine Eady, 45, Gloria Wilson, 38, Carla Williams, 40, Angelina Zayas, 54, Erica Martinez, 42, Yolanda Hunt, 47, Lou Ramos, 49, Crystal Kiles, 52, Kevin McFort, 56, David Whitley, 58, Kathy Allison, 57, Nellie Caraballo, and 59, Chris Harris. Mr. Epting?
Hi, my name is Steve Epting. I'm the pastor of Hope Community Church in the Austin area. Hope Community Church is a very community-oriented church in the 15th District in Austin. And for the last 7 years, we've been a part of the Safe Haven program. Over the years, each year, Safe Haven has meant a great deal to the residents in our area. We have been able to provide after-school services for the people in Austin. As of late, the enhancements have really grown to be of great benefit for the residents in our area, which include new staffing. This summer, our summer youth program through Safe Haven was able to do an awesome job as it relates to services for our youth, as mentoring and preparation for skill building. I would like to make sure that the Safe Haven program continue to receive funding for the faith-based organizations in our community. What has been so beneficial, in my personal opinion, is that we have been able to build real relationships with CPS and its staff members. Myself, relationships are important. Especially when it comes to doing real services in our community. And what I have seen through the Safe Haven program has built real relationships, and we have been able to cut times as it relates to inspections and to reporting and things like that. And so I just wanted to be glad to be the first one to say that the Safe Haven program is really working in Austin. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Epting. Their next speaker will be 56, please. David Whitley.
Look at my watch. Good afternoon, board, and good afternoon, Dr. Jackson. My name is David Ty Whitley. I serve as senior pastor of Corinthian Temple Church of God in Christ in West Garfield, and I am here as Pastor Epting and so many other religious leaders are here to express our deep appreciation and endorsement of the Safe Haven program. I have been a part and from the very beginning almost, and to see the evolution and the growth of the Safe Haven program from its beginning up until now has been simply amazing. The current administration is doing a phenomenal job in providing excellent training, providing for us consultation, and providing for us what we need to provide a safe haven to the children in our community. We are all aware of the various challenges that our children face, and we need partnerships. We need working relationships, and two of the most visible institutions in our community is the church and the school. So what better opportunity we have to build upon what has already taken place. The numbers speak for themselves. The families we've been able to impact, the classes, the sessions we've been able to engage in with our students, conflict resolution, homework assistance, and mentorship sessions, and trained staff to work with our kids is just simply amazing. So we are here, taking time out of our busy schedules everybody else has done to express to you our appreciation for the Safe Haven program and your willingness to continue to support it, to fund it, and even increase the funding, because teamwork really does make the dream work. And so thank you for this time and this space, and we look forward to working with you now and into the future. And if you ever want to come and see a program in operation, come by Corinthian Temple or any of one of these churches, and you will see
Mr. Whitley.
a lot of love. I got one closing. Preachers normally get two closing. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker for the group then, please, is Speaker 25, Charity Barnes.
Hello, my name is Charity Barnes, and to Dr. Jackson and the board members, I would like to thank you for this opportunity to also express our concerns and about the Safe Haven program. I am the Safe Haven Site Director for Union Missionary Baptist Church at 940 North Orleans Street. Union Baptist Church has been a part of the Safe Haven program for over 7 years. Our daily attendance consisted of 25 through 40 students for at least 5 days a week. Through the CPS meal program, we provided daily breakfast and lunch. This program has been successful because it provided a safe place for our children during the spring and the summer school breaks. With a staff of 6, we provided a safe environment for the children to learn through group discussions and other activities, to have fun through group activities, movies, and games, to build strong interpersonal skills by interacting with other children in a free setting, to learn how to communicate with other youth through role playing. We provided arts and craft and dancing for the children. And through the Junior Achievement Program, we had discussions on banking, finances, and careers. And we also provided nutritional classes on healthy eating and how to prepare those meals. We provided sports activities through basketball, volleyball, jump rope. We had daily group discussion on this big word, bullying. And then we also attended the Parent University for activities. Union provided all the materials and supplies to operate the program: basketballs and goal, volleyballs and nets, softballs and bats, other outside games, games for inside, all arts and craft material, TV and DV player, and sometimes provided meals when deliveries was not on time.
Ms. Barnes?
Also, we provided utilities, janitorial service, securities, and all of that. But the main thing I would like to stress that the funding for this program is too low. And I would like to encourage the board to consider increasing the funding that you will give to the site location to help them better provide a better quality program for our children. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. Mr. President, their next speaker is Speaker 26, please, Chris Butler.
Greetings. My name is Chris Butler. I am a graduate of Chicago Public Schools and currently the lead pastor of Chicago Embassy Church and the director of the Chicago AND campaign. Our mission is to educate and organize Christians for civic and cultural engagement. And we currently have 143 congregations in our network at this time. And I certainly think I can speak for those congregations in support of the Safe Haven program. But I've also been asked to come and bring some other thoughts that congregations and pastors have on their minds today. And so I just want to address some of these things. One question is there a plan for A plan of action for funding neighborhood schools, especially those that are not underperforming but still have low enrollment. Are there specific efforts underway to help students become financially competent? How is CPS addressing the rise in mental health issues among youth and teens? And will there be significant increases in funding for counselors, therapists, social workers, and other support staff? As CPS seeks to promote inclusivity with regard to sexual and gender identity, how will you protect students who have a more traditional worldview, especially in light of the passage of House Bill 246, mandating LGBTQ history in all public schools? Presently, students are reporting that if they express different worldviews in school, they risk rejection and rebuke both from classmates and school leadership. At a minimum, teachers and leaders should maintain neutrality. What are the clear accountability measures for police officers in CPS schools? Are their roles clearly defined and publicized to students and parents? I know that this is an extensive list, and I understand if you can't address every point here. However, I would love to be directed to the correct persons to continue this conversation. Our goal today really is to extend the hand of fellowship, introduce our organization, and begin a dialogue and a partnership.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker, Mr. President, is Speaker 31, please, Carlos Perez.
Good afternoon. My name is Carlos. I have the privilege to serve my community in Rogers Park. It's a joy to walk alongside what God is already doing there as a church, as a leader there, and seeing how in God's way of doing things, he combines institutions together to accomplish one goal, and that's to care and to serve our families. And so I am very thankful for the team that, for the CPS leadership team to think beyond the classroom, to take ownership for the children and the families beyond that classroom, and how that has given the opportunity to start Safe Haven, and how our church was able to partner with them and is continuing to partner with them. I can talk about, yeah, we need more money. Everyone needs more money, but I will spend my time effectively to share a story that would show that the efficacy of Safe Haven really is making a difference, and partnering with the local schools of Kilmer, Sullivan High School, and Haight and Pierce. And that's given us an entry point to the classroom, get to know the teachers, get to know the principal, get to know the football coach at Sullivan High School, and actually make some real relationships with them and to speak into their lives as pastors, as faith-based leaders. So I'm very thankful for Mr. Conley, his staff team at Faith-Based Initiatives Office, because they've given us coaching. They've challenged us to take ownership, accountability for where we're at in our neighborhood. And so one of those stories is, I will change his name, I'll call him Johnny, but Johnny, he started in our after-school program before there was even Safe Haven. We were already doing after-school program. And now through Safe Haven, he's taken some leadership in the Safe Haven program. So him himself actually serving other kids who are younger than him. He's a senior and he's college bound. First one in his family to say that, and he's not just going to go find some job to do money. He's actually saying, I want to come back and serve this community. And so little John, that's a win for us, for all of us, because he's trying to make a difference, not just for himself, but for his community. So I'm thankful for your forward thinking to say we need to think about our kids beyond the classroom. So Safe Haven is doing that. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. The next speaker, please, Speaker 32, Jessica Quigley.
Good morning. My name is Jessica Quigley, and I'm the site director for the New Life Center's Humboldt Park location. New Life Centers is a community-based organization in the Humboldt Park and Little Village neighborhoods. We seek to connect youth and young adults ages 4 to 24 with mentoring, education, sports, and street outreach. All of the programming that we offer focuses on at least one, if not more than one of these aspects, as we seek to utilize holistic methods for helping the whole child grow, learn, develop, and connect to their community. At our Humboldt Park location, we partner with Safe Haven and our local Chicago Public Schools to provide out-of-school time care and education for some of the most high-needs students in the neighborhoods. We have been providing after-school and summer camp out-of-school time programming for the last 11 years that serves on average 100 children during this course of the school year and 120 children during the summer. We provide 15 hours of educational enrichment, physical activity, technology, and the arts each week during the entire school year, and 20 hours during the summer months to create safe spaces where at-risk children can come each day to feel loved, cared for, and respected. Safe Haven has been instrumental in helping us provide this daily care and education. Without them, we would not have been able to expand our programming, serve more at-risk children, see graduates go on to college, and provide a safe place that many children in the Humboldt Park neighborhood have come to call their second home. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quigley. Their next speaker, Mr. President, is Speaker 37, please, Christine Edie.
Hello, Dr. Jackson and the board. I'm here to speak about the Safe Haven program, which the children are even now asking me, when is the program going to start? We thank God that we're partnered with Chicago Public School, and we thank God for the training and Mr. Allen and Mr. Granberry. They visit our site many times. We thank you so much for the training, and it has been absolutely successful. Our children look forward to coming to us after school, and it has closed the gap to latchkey children. They don't have to be home alone. They are in a safe place, a safe environment. They look forward to the nutritional snacks, as well as the trips that has been provided, the football games and the baseball games. Thank you. We serve from 50 to 80 children per day in our site. And in the summer, it was 50 to 75 children. The program is needed. We need it to start a little early because school starts in September and the children have no place to go for a month. So we're praying that maybe you all can consider that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Edie. Our next speaker, Mr. President, is Speaker 45, please, Gloria Wilson.
Good day, everyone. I am Gloria Wilson. I'm from the People Church of the Harvest. Thank you. I'm following behind my First Lady. I'm just going to piggyback on some of the things that she stated and what she didn't. We do partner with Leaf Arison. That's a school that's right across from our church. We goes over, we pick up the children be happy to see us. One of the things that keep the children coming back is sternness. A lot of children do not have an adult in their life that give them guidance and let them know what's right from wrong. And in our program, we do, well, basically me, because I'm the face. So everyone knows Miss Gloria. So when they see me, everyone has, look what I can do, look what I have done. And we give them achievements, awards. And one of the most biggest thing of our program is the lunch. A lot of the children come to the program for the lunch because they know that gap from when they leave school and get home, they have nothing to eat. And I just want to thank Airmark for changing the lunches for the children. The children really enjoyed the new hot lunches. And I would like to give really kudos to Mr. Allen and Mr. Granberry. They provided summer activities, which the children went to the Wintrust All-State basketball game, which some of our children has never been cross-hosted. And then the football classic. We had 32 kids that went with us to the football classics. That was some of their first time in Soldier Fields. So without the Safe Haven program, these children still would not have the venture of going downtown, seeing the buildings, entering to Soldier Fields. So I would like to thank everyone for allowing me to speak and giving me an opportunity to talk about the Safe Haven program. I'm a cheerleader. Hey, yep, let's go, Safe Haven. The children is looking forward for October the 15th. Our doors are open and we are ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Our next speaker, Mr. President, Speaker 38, Carla Williams, please.
Hello, my name is Carla Williams. I serve as the Safe Haven Director at Maple Park United Methodist Church, located on the far south side of the city. I'd like to first thank you for the opportunity to speak about the benefits the Safe Haven program has brought to the children, families, Maple Park neighborhood, and our church. Our collaboration with Chicago Public Schools Safe Haven began 6 years ago in spring of 2013. Safe Haven has been a positive means for developing strong connections with our community. As with any new program, there were growing pains, but this year has proven to be the best thus far. The application process was more intense and involved, but also more efficient. This year, there has been a definite focus on providing the children the best program available. Besides providing a safe environment physically, it also provides the children a positive atmosphere to express their interests, talents, and challenges. Safe Haven provides curriculums, financial literacy, health and nutrition, anti-bullying that are geared towards immediate practical application in the child's life and provides positive educational value for the community long term. The program gives the children a platform through our peace circles to relate to one another by expressing their opinions, concerns, and issues. Those meals are very important also for those that are challenged as far as foods are concerned. It provides the parents, which our community, most of our parents have multiple children. So this program provides our parents a safe place where they may not financially be able to otherwise. Provides the church a platform to build strong relationships with the children and their families, thereby allowing us to better identify and address the needs of the community. The program provides older children, our older youth, the skills to develop and practice a positive work ethic. I believe overall the Safe Haven program has become a strong asset and has a positive impact on the children in our communities throughout the city of Chicago.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Their next speaker, please, speaker 40, Angelina Zayas. Moving on to the next speaker then, 54, Erica Martinez. 42, please, Yolanda Hunt.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yolanda Hunt. I'm the senior pastor of the Rehoboth Apostolic Worship Center, and I am here to speak about the benefits of the Safe Haven program. And I want to say that our church has been tremendously impacted and blessed in such a way that the calls have come in about when the program will begin again. We are a recent participant in this program, as this summer was our beginning, but we look forward to a strong future. And I want to say some of the benefits are so far-reaching that parents, grandparents, and others have sent emails and communicate with our church to say how much of a benefit and a blessing it's been. It meets the needs of the children and families in the community, and as one who spoke before me said, throughout our city of Chicago. Without, and this is what's critical, without the barriers of cost. For those parents and families who can't afford it, this has provided a tremendous opportunity for them to have a place for their children to go to be safe. And I appreciate Chicago Public Schools really thinking beyond the classroom and the day to consider the challenges the parents face with those latchkey children, as well as provide a safe environment for those who want to be engaged in opportunities after school to be able to be present. So it's a plus. You guys are doing a great job. I want to also say it connects the children and community to a spiritual environment, which we focus on holistically chartering our focus on the needs of the children and family. It also provides an opportunity for second level support for those that are broken families and homes that are going through some real challenges to have the church as a village. So I want to say thank you and continue to do your hard work, and for what you've done has been a blessing. And you heard stories and stories, and we are sure that in the future we'll be those who will be added to the list to speak of how great a program it is. What I want to ask, if you consider, as some have asked about the funding, that you look at the budget and see is there any way possible you can
Ms.
increase.
Hunt.
And if you can, we would greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much for your time and your attention.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker, please, 47, Lou Ramos.
Good afternoon, President Del Valle, the new board members and friends and family of CPS, Dr. Jackson. Just want to introduce myself. I'm Lou Ramos. I'm the lead pastor of Storehouse Church in the north side of Chicago. I've worked with CPS as a volunteer, as an advocate, as a parent for the last 10 years. So I am a graduate of CPS, so I enjoy when I hear stories of this young man leading strong And I would say that Safe Haven is making an extraordinary difference in so many kids' lives. For example, my son, he participated in Safe Haven, went ahead and started leading. Next thing you know, he graduates from Lane Tech, goes on to DePaul University for a school scholarship. So we had stories after stories of young people going through Safe Haven, coming out of there, making an extraordinary difference in our community. We recently attended a faith community meeting with our new mayor, Lori Lightfoot, and one of the words she shared with us is that we can't do this alone. She said, we're going to need your help, and we're going to have to come together and make a difference in this gun violence in Chicago. And I would say that Safe Haven is one of those components that can help a lot of our children, a lot of our youth to stay away from this gun violence. So I just want to encourage you and commend you for thinking out of the box and seeing how Chicago can model the entire country of how we can together as a family make an extraordinary difference for our kids. Now I want you to, I don't know if you're creative or not. I was just talking to the church that we need to sometimes become more creative, but can you envision a lot of these Safe Haven children and kids becoming the next board president, the next board members, the next educators, the next pastors, the next CEOs, the next amazing leaders in this community, and for them to be able to share the story and say, because of your creativity, because of your support, I'm a great leader today. So I encourage you and I thank you for all your efforts.
Thank you, Mr. Ramos.
Thank you.
Their next speaker, please, 49, Crystal Kiles.
Hello, everybody. God bless you all. I'm Crystal Kiles. I stand alongside with my husband. We call him the Miracle Man. He's a double lung transplant, 3 years out. So we're just excited about what we're doing on the west side in the Austin community, on Chicago Avenue and Cicero. We've been a part of the Safe Haven for about 7 years. And I can say that this year we had a new transitioning with the way you all are doing things. But I can say that your team was very cordial, very helpful, and did what the best that they could do to help us with this new way that we're doing it. I want to also say that I'm thankful that Safe Haven is still here, that it's still in operation. And I know firsthand because I always call myself the hardest working woman in Chicago. I'm there, you know, from the conception. I work there every day with the Safe Haven. I'm Mama Krista, who the kids call me. And we make our Safe Haven, there's all the other churches and all the other organizations, a safe place for the youth who are mostly, as you all know, are latchkey children, semi-homeless children, with many barriers that they face every day, whether it be homelessness or food or clean clothes or whatever we have to do, send them to the laundromat, whatever we have to do, Safe Haven is there for these children. In the summertime, we run about 60, 70 children a day enroll for our Safe Haven program. Our staff is trained, number one, to show these children love, compassion, and to have fun. We also are a site for the CYEP program. So year after year, some of the young people who have worked at our summer camp for our Safe Haven, they want to come back because they know we're going to have a great time for these children, take them a lot of trips, do healthy eating. This year we went out into the community and the children were interviewing the neighbors, and we found out that a lot of people love their community. They want to stay in their community, and they were excited about the children coming out and praying with them. We have had the opportunity for our marching band to play for our former mayor, Rahm Emanuel, just a lot of things that we do. Over the years, I could guesstimate, we kind of keep a data going, 2,500 youth we have served with our Safe Haven program, whether it been the after-school program, spring break, Christmas break. I want to say, let's keep Safe Haven alive. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Kiles. Our next speaker, Mr. President, is Speaker 52, Kevin Montfort.
Good afternoon. I'm Kevin Montfort. I'm from Stone Community Development Corporation, which is a subsidiary of Lively Stone Church on the west side of Chicago. I dare not be redundant. We are all have been successful in our endeavors to try to provide a safe environment. I would just like to say thank you to Mr. Alan Connolly, the other staff members, Earl Granberry. They were very supportive, very attentive. There's not been a time that I've called, even if I had to leave a message, that I got a return phone call. Even after I call again, they will call me after hours, whatever it needed to be done to take care of whatever problem that I may have had to come up with a resolution. And so I also want to say thank you that as you know, as a site, sometimes we become frustrated and we want to talk to a higher up. And Mr. Connolly took it upon himself to do everything he could. And then once he saw that we weren't satisfied because of past administration, not the current, he provided us to have a meeting with Mr. Chip Johnson. And there in that meeting is when they began to educate us on how we can better support our own program instead of just relying on Safe Haven alone. And then as a result of that, we were able to branch out and start our entrepreneurial/media program within our Safe Haven program, where we started a relationship with the Illinois Media School, where we hire one graduate, and as a result, we get about 10 to 12 interns for free that come in and service our children, teaching them about videography, photography, media, social media, streaming, podcasts, all those good kind of things. And now we have to do it with limited resources. And of course, we understand that funding is the issue. So I would pray that we look for more funding, that you could find more funding for this program, as well as be a better support to Mr. Alan Conley, Chip Johnson, and Earl Granberry. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mr. Montfort. Our next speaker, please, 58, Kathy Allison. Nelly Caraballo. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Pastor, excuse me. My name is Pastor Nelly Caraballo from Christian Fellowship Flock South. Our church is located on the southeast side of Chicago. There is an east side of Chicago. Christian Fellowship Flock has been a part of the Safe Haven program since its commencement, which is about 10 years now. The Safe Haven program has impacted countless young lives and their parents. Safe Haven has allowed our church building to become a place in our community where the children can come to receive not only help with homework, tutoring, special activity, and curriculums, but the children also receive support and affirmation that they can attain greatness with hard work and determination. Many of our parents do not speak English. Therefore, the assistance with homework that is provided in the Safe Haven is very much appreciated by our parents. We also provide a small computer lab, which allows the children to complete their homeworks online. Being able to provide a safe environment for the kids is also a great blessing. Safe Haven is a place where kids can be kids. Kids can play after homework, of course, playing versus being on their phones, iPads, or computers at home. We provide organized activities, games, and free play where the kids are able to interact with one another. Developing healthy social skills in our children is just as important to us as them achieving greatness academically. The Safe Haven program has also allowed us to develop a strong, lasting relationship with the families of our community. I thank God for the continued success of the Safe Haven program and for the leadership of the Chicago Public Schools. Together, we can make a difference in all of our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Caraballo. Thank you for your comments. Moving on to the next speakers, Mr. President. We have speaker number 20, please. Tim Noonan, followed by speaker number 21, Kay Griffin, 36, Edward Stewart, 44, Jacarius Hall, 48, Carlos Tolliver.
Good afternoon. My name is Tim Noonan. I'm here on behalf of Kellogg Elementary. I just want to let you know that Kellogg is a very successful school. It's a 1+ school. It has been ranked one of the top 5 neighborhood schools in a local copy of the Chicago Magazine. Back in 2016, there was a plan to close Kellogg. It was going to merge with a selective enrollment school, and there were improvements that were promised, such as an elevator and other ADA compliance, but the plan fell through. And the building is still 82 years old and still needs these improvements. So there were some short-term fixes that have occurred, but yet we do really need some long-term solutions. Like I said, Kellogg is still not ADA compliant. The bathrooms are 80 years old with constant running water. There's a little girl who is confined to a wheelchair, and she can't, their classmates can't go upstairs to take art and Spanish because due to the inability to go upstairs. The gymnasium is a cafeteria, a kitchen, an auditorium, a classroom for physical education. Scheduling lunch and assemblies needs to be scheduled around the food service workers as they're preparing lunch for the children. We have multiple classes within a single classroom. For diverse learners, there are several classrooms going on at the same time. We just to go real quickly, we have a modular. It's in rough shape. It's past its useful life. We're looking to get, we're asking the board to consider getting an addition to the school, closing the modular, and then doing the repairs to the school to bring it up to snuff and to allow use of for the children for ADA. I have given a presentation to accompany my
Thank
talk.
you.
So,
Thank you, Mr. Noonan.
Thank you.
The next group, Mr. President, is from the North Lawndale College Prep. We have speaker 21, Kay Griffin, please.
Good afternoon to the board, Dr. Jackson. I just want to speak on behalf of North Lawndale College Prep as a parent. My son Jacob, who is a junior at the school, started off a very quiet baby bird. He didn't really spread his wings until he got to North Lawndale. North Lawndale provided him with mentoring opportunities, a part of their Phoenix Rising program, where over the summers he spent at Roosevelt University through the Black Male Leadership Program. In this program, I saw my son stand before a crowd of at least 100 and speak. I saw him mentor and help new students as he was a second year student this past summer. And then they also, North Lawndale also sent him to Loyola University this summer. He's a gamer, drives me crazy, but he loves it, to take coding classes and gaming classes, and all of these expenses were paid by the school. And when I picked him up at the end of his time, he stood before strangers and explained a software that he was building himself. And the pride that came out of that, the courage that I've never seen before from my little baby bird, he began to spread his wings. I encourage all of you to take a moment, if you have the time, to visit North Lawndale College Prep and see the amazing movement that is happening within its walls. But then I also personally ask that you would vote in favor of North Lawndale College Prep's charter renewal. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Griffin. Our next speaker, please, 36, Edward Stewart.
Good afternoon to the panel. My name is Edward Stewart. I am also a proud parent of North Lawndale Community College Prep. I have 3 students that attended there. One of my kids went on to a 4-year college with a degree. And what I love most about North Lawndale is that the attentive that the teachers give to the parents, not so much as to the students. I'm a regular visitor, and I just love speaking with the teachers and get the understanding how the direction that they send my kids in. And I also have my youngest daughter. She was an IPE student, and when she graduated from 8th grade, I was so afraid to send her there because I didn't think that she was going to be able to make it. But I want you all to know that as today, she would have a 3.0 grade point average. She's taking college prep classes, and it's just so amazing of what the school has done for her and the community. And I would just like to invite you all to come to North Lawndale and to see the great things that's going on there, and ask also that you renew the funding for the school. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. The next speaker, please, speaker 44, Jaquiris Hall. Moving on to the next speaker, 48, please, Carlos Tolivar. As he approaches the podium, I'll call 23, Jim Cifuentes, 29, Raul Raimundo, and 33, Reverend Robin Hood. Mr. Tolivar?
Hello, how you doing, everybody? My name is Carlos Toliver. I'm currently an employee at North Lawndale College Prep. I'm the assistant dean of culture. I'm also the boys head basketball coach, and I'm also the cross country head coach. But I'm here to talk as a parent from North Lawndale College Prep. I have 2 scholars who have graduated from North Lawndale College Prep, one class of 17, one class of 19. Both of them are now currently in college. One is on a full athletic scholarship, one is on a full academic scholarship. One is playing Division I ball at Northern Arizona University in Flagstaff, Arizona. The other one is playing football at Westminster College in Pennsylvania. North Lawndale College Prep changed my life through my kids. So the thing I love about North Lawndale, I love the vision for their scholars. When my kids came to North Lawndale, they didn't have a vision, even though they had a father in a home. They helped them find a vision. Both of my kids left there with a 4.0 GPA, National Honor Society, and graduated in the top of their class. I have seen this school change so many kids' lives that came in there. These scholars leave out with a vision. They went from the west side of Chicago. Someone went to the west, from the west side of Chicago to the White House, which is Darius Wesley, a scholar who I mentored. They have programs inside this school called the Phoenix Pack. If you maintain a 3.0 GPA above, they are partnered with over 30 colleges that they help you get in school, and there's no out-of-pocket cost for you. They also have a program called the Phoenix Rising, where they give our scholars something to do over the summer. There's so much going on the west side of Chicago. They give them funding and send them out to get college experiences on different colleges and universities. So with that being said, I will ask everybody here to vote for renewal for North Lawndale College Prep Charter School.
Thank you, Mr. Tulliver. Our next speaker, please, 23, Jim Cifuentes.
Good afternoon, President Del Valle, Dr. Jackson, board members. My name is Jim Cifuentes. I'm the Senior Vice President for Community Development at St. Anthony Hospital. Many of you know that St. Anthony Hospital is 120 years old and a safety net, one of the oldest healthcare providers in the state. The hospital is critical to Chicago's Latino and African American communities, serving patients from Little Village, Brighton Park, North Lawndale, East and West Garfield, in the back of the yards, to name a few. St. Anthony's current building is an aging structure that must be replaced. St. Anthony's new hospital will be part of a transformative development called Focal Point, a visionary plan for the former Washburn Trade School at 31st and Kedzie. The proposed development will include in-demand retail uses, childcare, job training facilities, affordable housing for people in need, and a new home for the healthcare services provided by St. Anthony Hospital. The extraordinary Focal Point plan relies in part on the cooperation of the Chicago School Board, which has still not approved the sale of the Washburn Trade School property. Focal Point already owns 21 acres adjacent to Washburn property. In early 2019, when the school board put the Washburn property out for bid, Focal Point knew it could not afford to lose this opportunity. Focal Point bid more than any other party. Focal Point has committed to paying the most money for the Washburn site and has committed to building a project that will improve the public health outcomes of the south and west sides of Chicago, creating a central gathering spot for the neighborhood and provide the benefits associated with healthcare, job training, open space, and affordable housing. I urge the board to take action to award the Washburn property today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cifuentes. And the next speaker, please, 29, Raul Raimundo. Moving on to the next speaker, speaker 33, Reverend Robin Hood, please.
Good afternoon, President DeValle. I remember you when you had a full head of hair. Mine wasn't gray. I had a 6-pack, and I got a 40 ounce. So it's good seeing you. I'm here today to support Focal Point. I want to say a couple of things because this is a real serious matter. The reason why I came, I had lost all hope in the board of CPS quite a few years back. And when you try to stay positive, it's hard to deal with negative. But I say something different here today. The first time I've been to a meeting since you've been here. I want to say this about Focal Point. I want you all to realize something, that you need to call that to a vote. I'm working with different groups in North Lawndale and Lawndale, and we see something is wrong with this picture. We know that the former mayor's brother is part of Center Space. So I'm seeing something that is not going to look too good in the next 4 or 6 months. Besides the political ramification behind this, what else I see is crucially important. Healthcare, as we see it, and these family health safety nets are going to go through a problem in the next 6 months. And we need you all to be on the right side of this. Lawndale was waiting on this for 10 years. We got to the point where we don't even say North and South Lawndale anymore. We say Lawndale. And
I want you all to know that this is being watched very closely. And I have a positive attitude about this today. So call it for a vote. Now, if St. Anthony paid enough money to do this and the community is behind it, we need to move forward. And I was even told by some seniors,
Reverend Hood.
that money need to go back to St. Anthony. It should have been given to them for $1, just like their land. So I will say this as I get ready to close. I got 2 closings. I'm a preacher too. I will say this. In a short period of time, if you don't call a hearing, there's going to be some uproar about this. So let's get this together, okay?
Thank you for your comments. Mr. President, we'll continue with the speakers list, and we have speaker 24, please, Raymond Gora, followed by 27, Maria Sobrevilla. We then have speaker 28, Ana Espinosa, 41, Maria Moreno, 35, Maria Fresi, 46, Luz Moreno, and 55, Sonia Caban.
Hey, good afternoon. Excuse me. Good afternoon. My name is Raymond Gore. I'm a 27-year veteran teacher at the Chicago Public Schools. I'm here today to request that the DNH designation that was affixed to my name be removed. The reason why I'm asking the board today, ladies and gentlemen, is that number one, a request was made to the DNH committee to remove the designation and was automatically denied. Number two, upon further investigation, it turns out that the head of the DNH committee also happens to be a person that was had a original hand in affixing the original DNH designation. I also asked for copies of the opinions and notes of the DNH committee. I was told that there are none. Number four, I also found out that the DNH committee occupies the same floor as the CPS Law Department. Number five, this morning, I received an email from the DNH committee telling me that if I want copies of the opinions and the other information that I requested, that I must file a Freedom of Information Act. I have it right here. It was emailed 8/17 this morning. Lastly, there is currently an OIG investigation that the taxpayers are all paying for right now concerning this matter. There's also Illinois State Board of Education inquiry into this matter. I ask that you review the folders that I supplied to the board, and I ask you to vote on that DNH removal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gora. Our next speaker, please, 27, Maria Sobrevilla.
My speech actually said good morning, but it looks like afternoon. My name is Maria Sobrevilla, and I'm a proud mother of 5 CPS children, which are in 4 different schools. I have a 1st grader in Bronzeville Classical. I have a 4th and a 5th in Healy Elementary. I have a 8th grader at Coonley, and I have a junior at Lincoln Park. I am a volunteer. I have been a volunteer for the past 9 years, and I've helped with anything they needed as far as parent support. I have also served as the PAC secretary and chairperson for Healy for the past 2 years. And today I'm here to say that I'm proud to be a CPS parent leader. In just the past year, I learned exactly what Title I means to our school. I have attended most, if not all, Phase 2 meetings and conferences. I have had the great opportunity to work with Saida Taylor and Ms. Norma Saldon, who have given me such great guidance and support, as well as to our parents. I am so impressed with all the tools that Phase 2 has to offer for our parents. I am truly inspired by the commitment that Chief Johnson and Dr. Janice Jackson have to better our schools. I must also say thank you to Ms. Pam Price for the work that she does with the parent universities, which allows them to have these meetings that take place. These are wonderful parent communities. There are so many things I did not know were available to me as well as to other parents. Had I not gone out to participate, I would not have had all the great tools to help my children as well as to share with other parents. When I was writing the speech, the first names, I thought of using first names, but my husband said that's not professional. He said, you must give them all their titles. And I said, well, to me, it's Saida, Norma, and Chip. Had they all not guided me, I would not be able to spread these resources. through one of Phase 2 programs and a vendor, I was currently certified as an SEL.
Ms. Sobrevilla, can you please conclude?
Thank you, CPS, for all you're doing to inform and provide resources to your parents. With all respect to you board members, I hope to know you all by your first names and share some more wonderful stories. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker, please, Ana Espinosa.
Good afternoon, everyone. President Del Valle, if I may be allowed to, please, there are 4 speakers that have signed up, and we are pretty much addressing the same matter. So if you would allow 2 of us to speak, we can cover all material this afternoon. Thank you so much. So Ms. Moreno and I will speak then, please. Good afternoon again, President Del Valle, CEO Jackson. My name is Ana Espinosa. I am a retired Chicago Public Schools educator. I stand before you today as the president of the Network of Hispanic Administrators in Education, a professional organization whose mission is to advocate for equality and equity in all programs and services for Latino students, educators, and parents. I'm here today with educators and parents to address the gap that exists for Latino administrators at the Chicago Public Schools. While we have seen recent glimmers of progress, at this pace, the gap that exists between Latino students in the district, which is around 48%, and that of Latino administrators, anywhere from 12 to 24%, will continue to widen rather than narrow, as we expect a continued growth of the Latino population. And unfortunately, CPS's record of appointing Latinos in leadership positions is woeful at best, negligent at worst. As an organization representing educators, we cannot agree more with research that concludes that leadership matters, which is why we're focusing our efforts on leadership across the district. Studies have also concluded that students who are exposed to educators who are of the same ethnic background succeed at higher levels of education than those who are not. Therefore, Latino leaders are needed to serve the growing Latino student population who are not experiencing the level of success as evidenced in the Illinois School Report Card. We have passed out this document. If we had had an opportunity to bring on a poster, we would have, but it is here. We would like to share this document that reflects our assessment of the current status of Latino leadership in CPS so you can better understand why we are so concerned. We have identified 3 pillars of leadership that directly influence student learning: that of chiefs, administrators, and principals. We have also identified 4 levels of performance, and using data provided by the district, we have arrived at these performance designation. For pillar number 1, Latino department chiefs, at 12%, CPS gets an F. For the second pillar, Latino administrators, at 19%, CPS gets a designation of does not meet. For the third pillar, Latino principals, at 16%, CPS gets a designation of an F. Although this document represents a pretty dismal picture of the current status of Latinos in the Chicago Public School leadership, we are extremely confident that the data will soon change. Mayor Lightfoot has certainly recognized the presence of Latinos in CPS by naming President Del Valle to his position, and we know that the terms equity and inclusiveness are integral elements in her agenda. President Del Valle's tenure and experience serving all communities throughout the city and state will provide the impetus needed to address the inequities Latinos are experiencing in the Chicago Public Schools. While we're aware of some actions that have been taken to close this gap, particularly those identified as leadership initiatives or pipeline initiatives or mentoring initiatives, we consider such action to be focused on the future rather than the present. NAHE has mentored Latino educators interested in taking on leadership roles within the district, so we know a pool of highly qualified Latino educators currently exists and is ready to serve our communities. We are asking this administration to make a commitment to begin to close the gap by doubling the number of cabinet level positions from 12% to 24% by the end of the school year. We're also confident that efforts will be made to continue to increase the number of Latino administrators and principals in the district. Finally, if CPS wants to be the premier district in the United States, it must do a better job of recruiting and retaining high-quality Latino leaders at numbers that reflect the growing Latino population in the district. We look forward to returning and bringing a more positive report at the next reporting cycle. We know there are vacancies that are being filled, and we're confident that every effort will be made to fill them with existing high-quality Latino educators. Let's celebrate Hispanic History Month by appointing more Latinos to leadership positions in the district.
Thank you, Ms. Espinosa. And the next speaker then, Maria Moreno, please.
Gracias. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María de la Luz Moreno y estoy aquí hoy
en representación de otros padres y en colaboración con los educadores para hablarles acerca de la brecha o espacio que existe entre los estudiantes latinos de las escuelas públicas de Chicago. Soy una madre que está envuelta en diferentes concilios a nivel local y a nivel regional y a nivel del distrito. Y me preocupa como madre el progreso académico de mis hijos y de los demás estudiantes latinos. Sabemos que si el distrito tiene mucha información acerca del progreso de los estudiantes, que provee información a las escuelas, pero fue muy difícil de encontrar un solo reporte que representara cómo están ejecutando los estudiantes latinos de este distrito. Ya que el estado de Illinois nos provee con dicho reporte, usamos el último reporte del estado que encontramos para explicarles y con mucha preocupación, que estoy segura que también les preocupará a ustedes. De acuerdo con esta información, hemos encontrado un descenso en el año 2018 en comparación al 2016, de 1 punto en artes de lenguaje, con 26%, y con 3 puntos en matemáticas, con 20%. Esto significa que en el año 2018, 74% de estudiantes latinos no satisfacieron o sobrepasaron el estándar en inglés y que el 80% tampoco lo lograron en matemáticas, ya que esos exámenes son buenos indicadores de si nuestros estudiantes están preparados para ir al colegio o iniciar alguna carrera. Hay muchas razones para estar preocupados y agregar una urgencia para hacer algo con estos resultados. Necesitamos líderes que se vayan a asegurar de que nuestros estudiantes reciban servicios educacionales de alta calidad, que cumplen y que llenan las necesidades de ellos y los preparan para tener éxito en todos los niveles de educación, incluyendo la escuela superior, colegio y más allá. Y más allá, nosotros necesitamos líderes que reflejen nuestra población, que reflejen nuestra gente en nuestras escuelas. Les urgimos como autoridades de CPS que vean y atiendan esta brecha o distancia que existe entre los estudiantes latinos en el distrito, incrementando el número de latinos altamente calificados en todos los niveles de CPS. Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Moreno. I'm here today with other parents and teachers to talk to you about the gap for Latino students in CPS. As a working mom who's involved in various school councils and in the district, I believe that my children's and other Latino students' academic progress matters. We know that the district has a lot of data regarding students' academic progress that helps inform schools. However, it's very hard to find a single report that describes Latinos' academic performance in the district. We reviewed the latest Illinois State report, and this has made us very concerned about our students. And I'm sure that you'll feel the same as well. According to the state data, this is how Latino students have performed in the PARCC test in English language arts and math. In 2018, only 26% of students exceeded the learning standards for language arts, and only 20% of students exceeded the standards for math. This means that in 2018, 74% and 80% of Latino students did not meet the language standards for English and math respectively. Since these exams are good indicators of student success in college or to start a career, these are good reasons to be worried and add a sense of urgency to address the results. We need leaders that will ensure that our students receive high quality academic services that could meet their needs and prepare them to every academic level, including post-secondary education and college. We need leaders that reflect our heritage. We need our people in our schools. We urge CPS officials to acknowledge and address the gap for Latinos by increasing the number of highly skilled Latino students in the district. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll continue with the speakers list. We have speaker number 30, please, Philip Scopes, followed by speaker 34, Erica Pugh, 43, Ronald Jackson, 39, Jill Edelblut, 51, Adeline Rodriguez, 53, Patrick Brosnan, and the last speaker, speaker 60, Ariana Cornejo.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Philip Scopes. I am here today as a concerned former CPS student to suggest to you that CPS needs to address a growing problem many of Chicago's youths downward spiraling due to failure in education. When I was in high school, I used to hear a lot about truancy, delinquency, poor academic achievement, and have even discovered some of my former classmates to be in prison. One of these inmates, I recall, had a report card lying on his desk full of D's and F's and an abysmal class rank. I have heard sentiments from a number of students in that unfortunate boat and have come to a conclusion as to why this happens to them. It's because of attendance and grading policies. First, I'll touch on attendance. I used to hear about kids cutting to avoid a tardy. No one wants to wait in a long line to get a tardy slip. I'm sure that most kids are late to class, especially in the winter, because of delays in getting public transportation to get to school, and they want to get to class as soon as they can, and they shouldn't be delayed by the tardy process. Also, students who cut a class out of frustration are afraid to come back to class because they will only be suspended to miss even more class, so they don't ever come back, and one temporary moment of insanity escalates to chronic truancy. For these reasons, these policies need to be thought out more carefully to allow leniency for these circumstances. The other issue I have is with grading. Students are forced to be tested on material regardless of mastery, and many students don't achieve passing scores on tests, and they are forced to endure low GPAs, which hinder their options for college and other future endeavors. This creates unreasonable stress for students and can lead to truancy, delinquency, and crime. What we need to do is employ an outcome-based education system so that students may work to master material, only passing a class upon thorough mastery without being graded in a detrimental manner. I invite you to refer to the Wikipedia article on the subject of outcome-based education in order to familiarize yourself with the concept. And I should mention that I'm a former student of Lane Tech High School, and as a testament to Lane Tech, I've gone on to earn a bachelor's in computer science at U of I Champaign-Urbana, and now I'm self-employed as a computer programmer, and I've designed a voicemail application.
Thank you, Mr. Scopes.
Go Lane, go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our next speaker, please, 34, Erica Pugh. Last call. Moving on to the next speaker, 43, Ronald Jackson.
Good morning, board member. Well, good afternoon. Ms. Jackson, we had this issue last year dealing with the principal, Ms. McCartney at Chicago Harvard School. As we show documents and we have facts, not allegations, that Ms. McCartney gave a parent address as well as phone number to a parent dealing with an incident of her fighting. Once the parent confronted Ms. Pugh, they found out that the principal, she told this, and the OIG has the record that this woman made a statement to that Ms. McCartney gave her number and address to this parent. So we're wondering, why is Ms. McCartney still the principal at this school? And as the last year, why is it that nothing been done when the two staff members, Mr. Dunn and Ms. Slater, gave her child to a stranger last year? Nothing was done but swept up under the rug. As you know, this year there was 2 adults that was killed. There's been a number of shootings on this street, but yet no one is saying anything. No one has done anything. This woman has not got no disciplinary action, and it seems as if none of you care. Now I can't say nothing about this new board member, but Ms. Jackson, our state legislature said she sent you paperwork that shows what's going on, and Ms. McCartney, McCartney, she's still doing the same thing, bullying these parents. And the only thing this board can say is if your child in danger, move them out of school. Why do a parent have to move from an environment they've been in for years? Why is it that y'all dragging your feet and refuse to remove this principal? Even your board policies say anyone who gives out a parent address or phone number is supposed, it should be recommended or something. She has not even been this. And yet y'all have another principal, y'all say allegation for a sexual thing, but this right here is fact. We have facts showing that this principal did all of this, and yet no one is saying she's still sitting in there bullying these children. So I want to know, why is she still at the school?
Mr. Jackson, can you please conclude?
I can conclude. Number 1, 2, the Social Security Authority sent the school paperwork that they needed. The school refused to release those papers. The reason Ms. Pugh is not here, she has to go down to the Social Security Board. That's not allegation, that is fact. So we wonder, why is no one is not looking into this? We had Ms. Child.
Mr.
yeah,
Jackson,
well, I
thank
wanna say-
you.
We had Ms. Child send a
Mr.
certain
Jackson.
security personnel up there to the school to try to assist this lady. The security personnel, instead of reporting to Ms. Child, reported back to the principal. The little girl has ADD. They send her back and forth in the hallway, and they still doing the same thing, writing up a report. Why is this principal still here?
All right, thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Okay, the point is, the child was abandoned. Your board keep on procrastinating. You have a law department that's covering up a crime. You have the OIG who has document stating that what this woman did, and
Thank
nobody
you.
has done nothing. There's no thank you, Mr.
Our next
Adele.
speaker,
There's
please.
no thank you.
No, I hear you. Thank
You
you.
hear me? But yet, what is this girl be in the box next year? You sitting up here talking, but yet none doing. This was done last
Please.
year. This was done last year. Why do it take a whole year before you have another shoot?
Thank you for your comments. I
Yeah,
appreciate it.
that's all you can say. Let that be your child or Miss Jackson's child who's being bullied by a principal or administrator whose job is to protect children. But we got documents. We don't have no facts, no allegations. We have facts. And none of y'all is listening to them. It don't make no doggone sense for this little girl to get bullied
Next.
every day.
Next speaker,
Thank you.
please.
Our next speaker, Mr. President, is Jill Edelblut, please. Speaker number 39.
Please proceed.
Hello, my name is Jill Edblut. I'm the Senior Director of Government Relations for the YMCA of Metropolitan Chicago. And I also have the pleasure of serving as the Public Policy Committee Chair for the Act Now Coalition. The Act Now Coalition is a network of 2,100 partners, including the YMCA, from across Illinois who advocate for access to quality, affordable after-school and youth development programs. I am here today to advocate for community schools. Community schools use public schools as a hub to bring together a lead partner agency like the YMCA to coordinate local resources and stakeholders to offer a range of supports and opportunities to children, youth, families, and communities. I can speak to the effectiveness and necessity of community schools not only through my work with Act Now, but also in my role with the YMCA. The WISE Community Schools Initiative serves approximately 3,000 students and 750 adults per year in conjunction with its 16 underserved or under-resourced CPS partners. At the end of every academic year, CPS teachers are surveyed in order to gauge the changes in academic performance for children participating in the WISE CSI programs. Teachers report that class participation improved by 84% of YCSI students, and that behavior and homework completion improved for 81% of YCSI students. Last year, under the leadership of the Act Now's network lead, Susan Stanton, we incorporated the work of the Federation of Community Schools, an organization that I know you're very familiar with, President Del Valle, into our portfolio of work. We have been hosting regional and statewide convenings of community school partners across the state. Our goal is to help garner resources and to facilitate conversations that will support the work being done before, during, after school for CPS families. I would like to extend an invitation to all of the board members to come and visit one of the community schools in action, and also to meet with us to discuss how we can make improvements to this work.
Thank you, Ms. Edelblut. And our next speaker, Mr. President, is Speaker 51, please, Adelina Rodriguez.
Buenas tardes, estimados miembros de la Junta de Educación de las Escuelas Públicas de Chicago. Mi nombre es Adelina Rodríguez y soy la presidenta del Concilio Escolar de la Escuela Rachel Carson. Me acompañan parte de los miembros del Concilio Escolar. Deseamos expresar nuestro agradecimiento y respaldo en el desempeño de trabajo que ha realizado nuestro director, el señor Javier Arreola López. Gracias a su liderazgo, nuestra Escuela Carson se ha podido mantener en altos niveles de educación, incluyendo el nivel 1 en los últimos 5 años. Gracias también a su liderazgo, hemos podido brindar servicios a nuestros estudiantes en diferentes áreas, tales como la banda escolar, codificación, tutoría, servicios comunitarios en la escuela, etc. Seguiremos trabajando con el señor Javier Arreola López por muchos años más para que la escuela se mantenga en altos niveles de educación. Gracias por escucharnos.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez.
Good afternoon. Dear members of the Board of Education of Chicago Public Schools, my name is Adelina Rodriguez, and I am the president of the local school council at Rachel Carson School. I am accompanied by part of the members of the school council. We wish to express our gratitude and support in the performance of our principal, Mr. Javier Ariola Lopez. Thanks to his leadership, our Carson has been able to maintain high levels of education, including level 1 in the last 5 years. Thanks also to his leadership, we have been able to provide services to our students in different areas such as the band, coding, tutoring, communities and schools, etc. We will continue to work with Mr. Javier Ariola Lopez for many years so that the school remains at high levels of education. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker, Mr. President, Speaker 53, please, Patrick Brosnan.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much, President Del Valle. Thank you very much, Dr. Jackson. So my name is Patrick Brosnan. I'm the director of the Brighton Park Neighborhood Council. We're a community-based organization in the southwest side of the city serving a predominantly Latino and immigrant community. One of our most important initiatives is our full-service community school initiative, which we started in partnership with Chicago Public Schools in 2003. We've grown the initiative to include 7 public schools serving Brighton Park students, Burroughs Elementary School, Brighton Park Elementary School, Davis Elementary School, Shields Elementary School, Shields Middle School, Kelly High School, and Curie High School. We're really proud of all the work that we've been able to accomplish. I passed out a sheet that you all have that just is a little snapshot of some of the programming and services we've been able to bring into our neighborhood schools. We've been serving over almost 1,500 kids per year and intensively serving about 1,000 in programs including after-school programs, academic supports, art, recreation programs, college mentor program where college students are mentoring at-risk 9th and 10th graders at Kelly High School, clinical mental health services, and case management services. Most of these are funded, are external dollars that we're able to bring into our neighborhood schools. So last year, we brought in over $1.5 million in external resources. This last year, we also were able to partner with CPS in the initiation of the Sustainable Community School program at 2 of our schools, and we're really thrilled at the outcomes we've been able to see. In addition to this really great work, we are also very active members of Act Now, as Jill had, my colleague Jill had spoken about. Act Now is advocating for more resources from the state to help support community schools, is advocating for policy changes that would really have a tremendous impact in
Mr.
terms
Brosnan?
of improving the way these resources come into our neighborhood schools and fostering more partnerships. So we love to have you out. We love to introduce Act Now to you and be able to continue to working together to support kids and families in our public schools. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. President, we'll continue with the last speaker. We have speaker number 60, please, Ariana Cornejo.
Good afternoon, Dr. Jackson and board members. Thank you. My name is Ariana Cornejo, and I am the chairperson for Hurley Local School Council. Hurley is a proud elementary school that has worked hard to make sure our students succeed in everything they do. I come today, first and foremost, to thank the board for your continued support and providing Hurley with a much necessary fire alarm system replacement. But we also want to remind you that our school needs a lot more in facility updates and upgrades. While many of our neighboring schools have received updates and upgrades to their facilities, Hurley School and our children haven't received the investment we believe it deserves. Our children eat lunch in a basement cafeteria where there's only one entrance and exit, and ceiling tiles have begun to fall. Our children play in a playground that is in desperate need of equipment replacement and repair. Our children are learning in 3 modular buildings that have outlived their intended use and no longer can appropriately and safely serve our students. In fact, during the winter months, some children need to keep their coats on in order to keep warm. This, we're asking for a new annex building that would include a classroom space, a multi-purpose room, and a cafeteria. Those buildings also do not have an intercom system, so teachers rely on walkie-talkies to communicate with the main office. They don't hear the fire alarms, and the heating and cooling systems and bathrooms are in need as well of repair. Our children are learning in overcrowded classrooms. This year alone, we had to convert our computer lab into a classroom, and we will have to convert our library into a classroom space for next year. Hurley's main entrance and main buildings are not ADA compliant either. And board members, our children deserve a school facility that will be accessible by all and safe and secure. We invite you to visit our school to see what we are talking about. We have the space for an addition and history to show that we have patiently waited for your attention. We think it's time and
Ms.
your
Cornejo?
support will be greatly appreciated. In the back of this packet, we have photos of the ceiling tiles that have fallen, the condition of the park, as well as the stairwell, the exterior view of the top of the stairs. Recently, an employee got hurt due to the unlevel ground. And then finally, I would like to submit the photos, additional photos, and then a petition that was made in 2011. First petition and second petition was made in 2014.
Thank you, Ms. Cornejo.
Thank you.
Mr. President, this concludes public participation.
Thank you. Board members, any questions or comments related to public participation?
Our honorary student board member
Honorary
has a
student
couple of
member,
questions.
Couple questions, yeah.
So now that public participation has concluded, we can notice a clear pattern here with most of the concerns. So we have representative, teachers, alumni from different schools, each expressing concerns, especially regarding their facilities. They need a new library. They need just any specific building. And I want to take this moment, especially like all board members, to take this time to reflect on the fundamental question on, what is the exact process and what do we have to do to actually fulfill these people's demands. And I want to bring attention to the capital projects department. So since my freshman year, I've always, asked my school engineer, oh, why haven't the potholes been filled? Why hasn't this part of the building been fixed? And the same response I always get is, we always bring it up to Capital's project department, but somehow it gets lost there. And one of the things I really hope, and I would encourage the board to do, is to kind of find a way we can reform the process that each school receives the solutions they need for their facilities, especially neighborhood schools. So I would really encourage the board to do that. And the second comment I have is, Dr. Jackson, I really commend you for hiring the 200 social workers you mentioned earlier, but I also want CPS to ensure that these social workers are being hired in disadvantaged neighborhood schools. So if you can later on provide feedback or a response from that, I really look forward to that. So thank you.
Thank
That
you.
is all.
Thank you very much. We are going to move
So we'll proceed with the motion for the short
into a
recess.
short recess. Do we have a motion?
I move that the board take a 20-minute recess. I second the motion.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome?
Yes.
Member Melendez?
Yes.
Vice President Rivelluri?
Yes.
Member Tad Breland?
Yes.
Member Truss?
Yes.
Member Sotelo?
Yes.
And President Del Valle?
Yes.
We have 7 ayes, 0 nays. To note for the record, this meeting will now go into a 20-minute recess. Please note that if you leave the building, you will have to go through the screening process again. Thank you.
We're now in recess.
I don't think so. How's it going? Halfway there. Halfway mark. We got I had a granola bar, 2 grapes, and like 5 pretzels. That'll hold me over. And a sip of water. I could actually go for like a Starbucks green matcha iced latte with whipped cream. That sounds really good. Or what else do I like from there? I like their coffee. No, just the lattes. I like simple stuff. Black coffee, please. You know, I tried for a while, like just drinking coffee with like no sugar, just black, and I did it. You lose that, wean yourself out, easy, and then yeah, I've done that before. Because even with refreshments like soda and stuff, I don't drink soda. I could drink, water, tea, but I don't crave soda anymore. I buy it for home and I don't even drink it. Yeah, but that's one thing. It's like for dinner, for lunch, always with that soda. But not anymore. I'd rather grab the bottle of water or tea. I like tea. They're like the flavored teas, but no sugar. So yeah, at least. Yeah, they're like, yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, with an extra shot of, no. No, I don't even drink. You imagine? I'll be bouncing off the walls. It's Homeland label chicken. And they didn't? They labeled them A, S, M, or C. Well, C is chicken, S is taco. I don't know what M is, or A is. Is A like asada? Asada. Oh my God. I don't know what the menu is. Well, does that mean? Carne asada? Yeah. Well, no. Well, I don't know. It might be. I don't know what the meat is. Because asada could be pork or beef.
I just hate when people don't tell me.
You just ruined
Sorry. No, it's now. Oh, no, they always. That's that. Oh, really?
Yes. Okay, sounds good. What word is that?
Set it up.
I have some questions about the school.
Get her in here so we can start. We are reconvening Board of Education meeting. I understand we have an elected official.
Yes,
who would like to
Mr.
speak.
President, yes. Before we proceed, Mr. President, with the business portion of the meeting, we do have Alderman Nugent from the 39th Ward in the audience that wishes to address the board. Alderman Nugent, please.
Thank you, President DeValle, esteemed members of the board, and of course, Dr. Jackson. Thank you for your service to schools and of course our children. My name is Sam Nugent, and I represent the 39th Ward, which is on the northwest side of the city of Chicago. I'm here today to both introduce myself and also let you know that you have a partner in me. The schools in the 39th Ward are unique school communities, each with a different character and different needs. We have some incredible things happening to our schools in the 39th Ward, and for that I am eternally grateful. I recognize that the City Council and the Board of Education are separate entities with unique marching orders. However, that doesn't make our common goal of providing an exceptional educational experience for our children mutually exclusive. I will be advocating for capital improvements alongside our community. This will include funds to address significant overcrowding and the needs of our youngest learners. I want you to know that I will work with you to secure this funding for these improvements. The entire 39th Ward is on board. This is a true partnership between our principals, staff, local school councils, friends of groups, parent-teacher organizations, as well as our 39th Ward office and you. I will advocate for schools that foster positivity, creativity, and development that benefits both our teachers and our students. I'm grateful for your commitment to the children and the students of Chicago. I share your commitment. I look forward to working with you. I encourage you to reach out to me or my staff if we can be helpful or if you're looking to have meetings. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Alderman.
Thank you, Alderman. We will now proceed with the business portion of the meeting. Dr. Jackson, we are ready for your CEO report.
Thank you, President Del Valle. Sorry. Earlier in the meeting, Chief McDade touched on some of the positive data that we achieved last school year, including our continued rise in graduation rates, scholarships, and college and career credentials earned. I will now ask Chief McDade and her team to provide a more detailed overview of this data for the 2018-19 school year.
Good afternoon, President Del Valle, board members, and CEO Dr. Jackson. Earlier, as I opened with some of the data, the positive data that has been touted for the district and all of the gains that we've made over the course of the last 10 years, we're really excited and thrilled about that. But we also have a commitment within our 5-year vision to ensure that we're transparently sharing and equipping parents with information to be engaged partners in education with us. And so for that reason, we want to go beyond the high-level data, overall district data, and really drill down into some of the data across multiple metrics to share publicly with our parents and with our community. This data, before I get started, I do want to just note that this is descriptive statistics, so this is not going to share the why, but more just the what and the description of what the current state of the district is to date. The real root cause analysis happens at the local school levels individually, along with our networks and with our district academic offices. I do have here with me 2 members of my team, Jeff Broom, who's the Director of School Quality Measurement and Research, as well as our newly appointed Chief of Schools, Chief Officer Bogdana Shkumbova, who is overseeing all of our networks and principal supervisors. And so we'll break the information up. It's a lot of dense information, a lot of data to cover. I will be going through a lot of the academic metrics. I will also have Jeff to come forward and speak a little bit about some of the technical aspects of our graduation rate, dropout rate, and college enrollment and persistence. And I would like to have Chief Skumbova to come forward and talk a little bit about some of the things strategies that we will employ going into this new year to address some of the data that you see. Also want to call out that within our 5-year vision, it's deeply rooted in equity. So we've gone through the data to disaggregate it to make sure that we are showing some of the areas of challenge, because for as much as we want to celebrate our successes, we know that there's still so much work to be done, and we want to acknowledge what our challenges are, specifically when we talk about equity in terms of excellence and access for students across all demographic areas. So I'm going to start out with attendance and go through attendance, all of the elementary school data, the high school data, and then we'll move into some of the post-secondary and graduation outcomes. With attendance, what you're looking at right now is just our overall attendance over time from 2008 to 2019. And I really want to call out that what you're looking at is unadjusted attendance, which really is just specifically the number of days that students have actually been in attendance against the expected number of days of attendance. And so what you see here is that from 2008 to 2019, we have seen increases in attendance. For the past school year, 2019, our attendance did take a slight decline from 93.3% to 92.8%. And I want to show what that data looks like by grade level, kindergarten through 12th grade. And so you'll see here across all grade levels, you see where the small decreases across all grade levels have occurred, which has impacted our overall data, but you'll also see that from elementary to high school where the challenges are in terms of attendance, with the highest attendance you'll see in more of our intermediate grades, and then the lowest attendance in 11th and 12th grade in high school. And then we also looked at this from a race and gender perspective as it relates to attendance. And you'll see here in attendance across all demographics, there was some impact to attendance with our African-American male students coming in at 91.6%, which was a decrease from last year, and Asian female students with the highest percentage of attendance at 95.5%. This particular line graph that you see here is one that you will see throughout the presentation. And this is a graph that we've included more recently to really show the demographic gap, because we know that there is a persistent achievement gap that is occurring, not just germane to CPS, throughout the nation is something that all districts are grappling with, but we want to make sure that we are disaggregating our data and really taking a hard look at the demographic gaps that exist so that we can engage in really strong continuous improvement and root cause analysis to get at the why behind some of this data and put some real strategies in place to address this. So when you look at the attendance rates by demographic, you'll see that the gold bar, and I want to call all of this out for those who may be watching or cannot see the screen more closely, but the gold line is the line that represents our Black students, the purple are Latinx, the green is white, and then Asian students are represented by a blue line. And you'll see that throughout, wherever you see this particular graph, where you see a 0 and the dark black line going through the middle, that is representative of the district average for every single metric. So in this case, if we go back to our overall attendance, which was 92.8%, in this demographic gap graph that you're looking at, this 0 bar would represent the district average of 92.8%, and then respectively where each demographic group falls in relationship to that district average. So our Black students are falling 1 full percentage point below the district average of 92.8%. Our Latinx students, you'll see over the course of the last 2 years, have pretty much remained consistent in terms of the percentage, that 0.9% over the district rate, but there's still that disparity that exists in comparison to their white and Asian peers. Moving into the academic results for elementary school, which is measured by NWEA. There's 2 sets of data that I will walk through for NWEA, one being attainment, the sheer percentage of students that are at or above grade level norms for NWEA, and then the second will be growth, where we're just specifically looking at the expected growth that a student would make throughout the school year. For attainment, you'll see here from 2013 to 2019 for both reading and math, we're really proud of the fact that we have experienced consistent progress in the area of attainment, which is ultimately what we want for all students, to make sure that students are either meeting or exceeding grade level norms. And so you'll see here that from 2013, where we were below the 50% mark with 45.6% of our students meeting grade level norms for reading, to now 61.8%, which is the highest percentage of students that we've had meeting meeting norms for reading. Likewise, there is, when you look at math, there is some disparity in terms of performance, in terms of math being at 56.7 in comparison to 61.8% for reading. However, it is also still encouraging that looking at 2013, where we were at 45.1%, we have still made consistent progress in attainment for math, landing at 56.7%, which is still an all-time high for the district as it relates to attainment. But more importantly is where we disaggregate the data and really look at what's behind those overall numbers, which is where the real work lies. And so when you look at NWEA reading attainment, the demographic gap here, you're going to see, again, that same bar for reading representing that a little bit over 61% that are at or above grade level norms, and where our demographic groups of students are landing in comparison to that district average, where our African American students are currently 10% below that district average of 61.8 for reading. Our Latinx students are above the district average, but still there's disparate rates in terms of looking at the comparison of our Latinx and African American students in comparing to their Asian and white counterparts. The same thing holds true for mathematics. When it comes to attainment, you're going to see the gap is wider for African American students in the area of math. You'll also note that at the district level altogether, math is faring out a little bit behind, pacing a little bit behind reading overall, and that bears out in the demographic gap as well. Our Latinx students are above the district average by 2.2%, but we're really concerned and have a sense of urgency around the gap for our Black students at 13.8% below the district average. I want to move into growth, and so just a little bit of context around growth to give an example. What growth is looking at is if Latanya had an average score of 212, and all of the other students that had that same score, looking at the end of the next spring, from spring to spring, if Latanya met the expected growth in comparison to all of the students that were in that same RIT score range. And so when we look at growth for both reading and for math, right now you'll see a little bit of a different story in terms of the progress over the course of the last 6 or 7 years, whereas with attainment, you saw a steady uptick across both reading and math, which is absolutely what we want to see. But growth always bears out a little bit differently because of the way the growth is measured in the volatility in that. But what we are excited about is when you look at reading from a year-over-year perspective, 2018 to 2019, we saw a 2% increase in the percentage of students meeting or exceeding national average growth norms for reading. And when you look at math in terms of growth, it was pretty much consistently flat across the board, with a small decrease in the percentage of students that were meeting expected growth norms for math by 2019 in comparison to 2018. And again, here's the same demographic graph that you'll continue to see, which really illuminates the demographic gap as it relates to growth. And what you will notice, though, is in terms of attainment, the gap was much wider. So we do see some promise in the fact that our students, the gap is still remaining. It is still definitely a sense of urgency around that, but there is a smaller gap in comparison to that of attainment. So we do know that we're going to have to make sure that we're focused on a growth plus model when it comes to our Black students as well as our Latinx students, to make sure that they're doubling up on growth to be able to have an opportunity to hit those attainment targets by the time they finish in their educational career in CPS. And this next graph is highlighting math growth and the demographic gap, which is similar when you look at Black students for 2019 at 5.3% below the district average for growth. Is similar if I go back to reading. Reading was 5.2, so there's some similarities there. Whereas when you looked at attainment, the gap there was much wider. Concluding elementary, I would like to move into some of the high school metrics that we have available. So freshmen on track is a metric that has been measured all the way back to about 1997. And what you're seeing here is the percentage of freshmen on track overall for the district. And for 2019, we're at 88.5%, which is a small decline from the prior year of 2018 at 89.4%. And really what this measures is it's looking at students passing core subject areas as well as credits earned. And we disaggregated this data to show freshmen on track rates by race and by gender. So the bar graph that we're looking at currently is looking across both race and gender for freshmen on track and seeing how our students are faring out. And right now we still see that that gap for our Black male students with freshmen on track. But what you will also notice is that from 2016 to 2018 across the board, there were increases for our Black males consistently until 2019, where you see 1 percentage point decline. And again, the demographic gap line graph here, where we're comparing the district average to the different demographic groups for freshmen on track, and you'll see that the gap is much more narrow when we look at freshmen on track and looking at our Latinx and Black students in comparison to not only the district average, but also their peers, both Asian and white. PSAT and SAT is the current required assessment for high school, and we've had 3 administrations of PSAT, SAT. And the first I want to just talk a little bit about attainment. So when we look at PSAT 9, which is administered to freshmen, PSAT 10 administered to our sophomore students, and SAT 11 administered to our juniors, what you see here in this display is just basically sharing what college readiness benchmarks are for those respective assessments. And defined by College Board, college readiness benchmarks are basically a correlation of a student having a 75% chance of earning at least a C in a first semester college credit bearing course in that same subject. So what the test is measuring, you have one composite score that's made up of both evidence-based reading and writing as well as math. And when you look at the continuum from PSAT 9 to SAT 11, Ostensibly, a student who comes in at a 860 on the PSAT 9 as a freshman, if instruction continues at whatever rate it is currently across 10th and 11th grade, then that student should ultimately score at least the benchmark of 1010 by the time they take the SAT. And so what you see here is the percentage of students that are meeting the combined benchmark, with our highest percentage of students that benchmark at freshman year for the PSAT 9 at 47%, SAT 10 at 40.3, and then for 11th grade students, 35.1%. When you do the average combined there, that's 40.9% combined. We wanted to show across all three administrations, with the first administration being 2017, if you look at PSAT 9, 10, and 11, across all 3 years, this graph really kind of shows what the progress has been for that assessment. And you're seeing much of the progress coming at freshman year, where for PSAT 9, and keeping in mind these are 3 separate cohorts, so when you just look at PSAT 9, you're comparing 3 different groups of students. But you can see cohort data across the different assessments, right? So your 2017 cohort at 43.1% would be your 2018 PSAT 10 at 44.1%. And then you see the 3 years of administration for SAT 11, where the first assessment was 35.6% of our students meeting college readiness benchmarks, and we're currently at 35.1%. So there's a small decrease there. Something here, and we'll address a little bit later, and again, keeping in mind that this is just the what. We have not really dug into the full root cause analysis to identify all of the why here, but we do see a phenomenon here that is concerning, that you have 9th grade students coming in much higher than the way that those students are leaving when they leave at, when they take that final exam at 11th grade. And here is the actual demographic gap in terms of the percentage of students meeting combined college readiness benchmarks for all grades. And much like the elementary school data, but definitely even more pronounced here for SAT, PSAT, SAT, you'll see that the goal line representing our Black students is 17% below the district average, which the district average currently is 35.1. 40% for all 3 assessments combined. And then when you compare that even to their Asian and white counterparts, that gap is even much more significant. Early college and career credentials. As a district, we had a goal in our first Success Starts Here vision of 50% of our students graduating with at least 1 early college credential. And so I want to share first just a little bit of background information about the early college and career credential and the pathways, the ways in which that you can earn the credential. So we have 7 advanced placement, where a student can earn a 3 or better on an advanced placement exam, IB earning a 4 or better, CTE earning the industry credential, dual credit, dual enrollment, which is where our students can either earn college credit while being in their current high school and the course is being offered there, or dual enrollment, where they have an opportunity to be dually enrolled in one of our city colleges, JROTC, and then seal of biliteracy. One thing that is really really promising about the data that we're seeing for early college and credential, one, we are at an all-time high in terms of the percentage of students that are earning an early college credential, but you'll also notice that this particular graph is showing the number of students, right, that are actually earning, keeping in mind that a student can earn more than 1. Across different pathways. And so right now you'll see from 2016 to 2019, there's been a continued progress in the sheer number of students that are actually earning a credential. And then we break those numbers down by numbers of students across the different pathways. And advanced placement has always been the one that has more students that are actually earning a credential. And you'll see gradual increases across all of them, with the exception of seal of biliteracy. And I do want to call out for the seal of biliteracy, where you see this sharp decline in the seal of biliteracy is not necessarily that there's less students actually earning the seal because of them sitting for the assessment by way of interest or pursuing it. In 2017, the state did change the requirement for students to be able to take the assessment, they raised the criteria from 480 to 540. So then that significantly almost cut in half the number of seniors that were actually qualified to take the exam. So I thought that was important to note because it skews the data and makes it appear that all things were the same and this number changed when all things actually were not the same for that particular pathway. The next visual, the next graph is where we're now, the first one we were looking at the actual numbers of students, and now we're looking at the rate at which students are attaining. So when you look at, I said earlier, 48.6%, you'll see that uptick from 2016 starting at 40.6, and now we're at 48.6. And then what we did was took all of the different pathways and break that down so that you can see the actual rate for each of those in terms of students earning one of the different types of credentials. And then we also disaggregated that by race, as we have done for every other metric that has been shared thus far. And you'll see here in terms of attainment for early college credentialing that, again, we do have a gap with our Black students, but you'll also notice that our Black and Latinx students have consistently continued to increase in terms of the rate that they are earning credentials. And so right now, our Black students are at an all-time high of 33.8% and Latinx at 53.4%. But across all of our demographic groups, you've seen an increase year over year. We had a slight decline in our multiracial demographic group. And then again, the demographic gap analysis that we've continued consistently throughout across all of these metrics to show where the gaps are in terms of ECCC attainment. And this graph really is just showing you, now we're breaking down the rate for each individual pathway. So you'll see AP to the far left will remain the same in each of the graphs, but you'll see IB here across all of the different demographic groups represented by race, and then looking at all of our groups by race for CTE. This graph shows dual credit and then dual enrollment. And then finally, by race for JROTC and for seal of biliteracy. I want to invite at this time, that was all of the data that I just shared was really around a lot of the academic assessment metrics that we have. And I want to go into now college enrollment and persistence, as well as graduation rate and dropout rate, and would like to invite Jeff Broom to come forward and talk a little bit about this, because we do have some small changes in calculations, particularly when we look at percentage of students enrolling and persisting in college, where we, for the first time last year, engaged in offered an appeals process for schools that were not showing up in the National Clearinghouse, Student Clearinghouse, which was particularly being impacting our HBCUs. And so now with the appeals process, we can account for a lot of our HBCUs where students are actually enrolling and before were not being accounted for.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. We're going to go through these last few data points for the day. So again, just as a reminder, college enrollment is the idea that of the students who graduated one year, do we see them enrolled in college the following year? And college persistence is of the students we see enrolled in college in a given year, do we see them persisting the following year? So persistence is actually even 2 years lagging from high school graduation. So this graph shows that we, essentially the headline here is that we did see a slight decrease in college enrollment from the class of 2017 to the class of 2018, and an increase in college persistence from the class of 2016 to the class of 2017. This is the usual opportunity gap slide that we've been seeing with our student group breakdown. Again, we see a significant gap between our Black students and the district average, while Latinx and white and Asian students are performing above the district average. That was for enrollment. This is for persistence, where that same narrative persists. On this slide, you see that the gap actually increased a bit in college persistence for our Black students this year. The next two slides are a little bit more of a breakdown in terms of where our students are going. So this slide shows the breakdown of the students who enrolled in college this last year. How many of them went to a four-year college? How many of them went to a two-year college? In this case, we see a bit of a decline in the percentage of students enrolling in a four-year college and the proportion of students enrolling in a two-year college increasing. And then breaking down that two-year college number a little bit more, this is just a graph that shows of the students who are enrolling in a two-year option, how many of them are opting for a city college rather than another two-year college. And we see the proportion of students opting for city colleges increasing over time, including this year, which hopefully speaks to our increased partnership and collaboration with city colleges. Second to last metric we're going to talk about is cohort graduation and dropout rates. So this is a cohort measure. This is the idea that of a set of first-time freshmen in a given year, we're looking at their outcomes 4 and 5 years later. So it's the same group of students that we're following from freshman to 4 and 5 years later. Did they graduate? Did they drop out? Et cetera. So we break this down by both 4-year and 5-year grad rates. So the first slide is with the 4-year rate. So this is obviously another metric that we've been calculating, essentially pretty much the same for 20 years. We see a significant increase in our 4-year grad rate from 75.6 to 78% this year. For our 5-year grad rate, so again, this is of the students who were freshmen 5 years ago, did they graduate last year? That went up from 78.2 to 78.9%. The next two slides break out both of those rates a little more granularly with respect to what the different outcomes are. So I'll go through these very briefly. If you're in the green, that's your grad rate. So that means you graduated 4 years from being a freshman. Yellow is you're an active student, so we see you still enrolled in a CPS school. Those are predominantly our students with IEPs who are getting continued services after hitting 18 and perhaps meeting graduation requirements. The dark red is an actual dropout code, so we know that that's a student who has left and dropped out of school. The light red is unverified transfers, so we know the student left the district, but we weren't able to verify that they got an educational home. We weren't able to verify that. So in this calculation, we essentially count them as dropouts when we're considering our graduation rates. So this is the increase in graduate. This is another way of looking at graduation rate increase over time. This is for 4-year. This is for 5-year, where we see again increase in graduates, decrease in dropouts. And then this last slide on, this slide talks about the correlation between freshmen on track and 5-year grad rate. So freshmen on track, obviously the research talks about how high school is to a great extent about freshman year. If you're able to make that transition to high school as measured by grades and credits earned, you're on track to graduate high school. That's why we track it. That correlation is starting to break down a little bit. So this is just sort of in this deck to kind of flag. This is a topic that we're going to want to continue to dig into in terms of what are the practices that we might need to change around not just freshman year, but beyond. Students who are on track as freshmen stay on track to graduate 5 years later. And so then this is, again, the usual demographic gap slide where we see the gap between Black students and the district average that we've seen in other places. That did decrease a bit this year, but does continue to persist. So the last metric I'll go over is 1-year dropout. So 1-year dropout is not a cohort measure. This is a simpler measure of all the kids we see enrolled in grades 9 through 12 at any point in the year. Do we see them still enrolled at the end of the year? If we don't see them enrolled anymore, we consider them a dropout. So that's what we're measuring. This is a metric that measures are we engaging our students in high school throughout the year. This is, again, a metric we've measured for a long time. It dropped to an all-time low this year from 6.4% to 6% dropout rate for the district. This is our race and gender slide where we break that out. While you see there is still a gap between our Black and Latinx students and other student groups. I will note, though, that the district drop in one-year dropout rate this year was primarily driven by our Latino and Black males who saw significant drops in dropout rates. So that's good news in how we're engaging those students to persist in high school. And then this is the last slide on dropout rate. This breaks it out by grade a little bit. So you can see from this that historically we've had sophomores dropping out at a higher rate than other grades, which is fairly typical. We saw a big decrease in that this year. So that's something we'll have to explore. What are the supports that we can continue to provide sophomores to continue to make that transition, to continue to see a decline in our dropout rate. We think that's an impactful group to work with. And then I'll note that freshman dropout rate actually increased a little bit, which would help explain the decrease in freshman on track rate this year, because obviously if you drop out of high school as a freshman, you're no longer on track to graduate, right? So we're just making connecting the dots there. So that's the last slide we have on data.
We wanted to share, what the current state is by way of all of the different academic metrics that we actually have. But then the question that's left is what do we do now, right? And so we know that for a lot of what we've seen, particularly when it comes to the achievement gap, we know that is not a one-time situation where we can employ a few strategies and then it's gone. If there was a silver bullet, then everybody would not have an achievement gap. But what we do know is that we have a very aggressive 5-year vision that really sets forth a strong framework and strategy for how we get to that North Star with clear vision goals established. And so that for the long term, there's some more long-term strategies that we will be engaging in. But when you backwards map a lot of the vision goals and the strategies that we see in the 5-year vision, year over year, we have to make sure that we're attacking and addressing this head on each year. And so this year, from looking at the data, and again, I want to call out that we gave just the description of the what, and a lot of the root cause analysis is currently underway in schools with their continuous improvement work plans, as well as in network with their strategic plans, as well as all of the academic offices within the Chief Education Office, where we are identifying key priorities that are driven by our district's vision goals, as well as the data that you saw today. But what I think you can take away from today is just some really clear kind of big buckets of work that we have to address. When you look at the elementary school data from the first administration in 2nd grade to 8th grade, what you see is that as students remain in CPS in elementary school, they do get stronger. And the highest percentage of achievement on the NWEA is in our middle school in 7th and 8th grade particularly, which really shows us that when you look at these 4 buckets of work, we really have to make sure that we're bolstering educational experience for our earliest learners. We want to make sure that we have not just access by way of making sure we have more seats for our preschool students, but also making sure that we're looking at quality, how we're measuring quality and how we are shoring up instruction for our earliest learners so that we have stronger readers, writers, and thinkers coming through the pipeline. By the time they make it to 2nd and 3rd grade, we have more students that are actually at or above benchmark, so that we're leveling out that data, so we're not just seeing that big height at 8th grade, but across the board, we're seeing more students that are at or above benchmark. And so there's a clear focus on early childhood. For the first time, we actually have goals for early childhood, making sure that we're looking at the percentage of students coming out of preschool and being kindergarten ready based on the data that we can collect through kids, and having a strong P2 literacy program along with interventions and coaching support for our ECE through our ECE specialists. Curriculum, we have a curriculum equity initiative. Again, this is one of the long-term parts of the vision. And so to get to full equity in curriculum is a 3-year out process, but there are some things that we do have in place this year in terms of prior to rollout. And the first release of curriculum will be in 2020, but that's after the second semester is already underway. We do have within some of our content offices units of study for biology, physics, chemistry, looking at transitional math. And then we do also currently have content that are standards aligned digital content that is loaded in Safari Montage that's available for teachers while they are, waiting for the full suite of curriculum to be available. And then the last two buckets of work you see here is around elementary school strategy and high school strategy. And I really want to have Bogdana to come forward and share a little bit of what's happening across all of the networks to more strategically support schools and some of the specific actions that we're going to take. Again, this is not going to be a comprehensive, exhaustive list of actions and behaviors that we plan to see throughout the school year, but some of the big rocks that are really going to help us get to addressing some of the gaps that we saw in achievement today. So Bogdana, if you could please come forward and dig into each of those 4 big buckets.
Good afternoon, board members, Dr. Jackson. As we are embracing our district 5-year vision, as Chief McDade articulated, we are working towards very ambitious goals. And this will require our commitment to continuously provide our students with the supports that they need to experience joy in learning and academic success. Achieving the 5-year vision goals will be a process that will require thoughtful reflection, analysis, strategic planning, and backwards mapping of our efforts. So today we'll be providing you with some high-level overview of key strategies for academic supports that will follow different phases of the child's educational experience, starting with early childhood, followed by elementary school and high school, as well as an important district strategic pre-K-12 curriculum equity initiative. With each of these strategies, I will outline the future state described by the vision and highlight some of the current school year efforts that will move us towards achieving the vision. Each of these efforts is rooted into our commitment to equity and eliminating the barriers to success for all of our students. They're also designed as supports for our schools in an effort to meet their unique needs and build a collective ownership and responsibility. A little bit of overview of the curriculum equity initiative. The goal is to provide access to a high-quality instructional resources for every child in Chicago. And the digital pre-K-12 curriculum is a standards-aligned and culturally responsible. It focuses on 6 content areas, including arts, computer science, English language arts, math, physical education, science, social science, and world languages. Also, the curriculum initiative will provide specific modifications to meet the unique needs of our English learners and students with special needs. The comprehensive collection provides learning standards and objectives for students, access to units, lessons, assignments, and projects for teachers, and the materials also include videos, presentations, online activities, integrated technology to support student learning. Additionally, we will make sure that there are protocols and policies in place to support the effective implementation of this very significant curriculum effort. While this is an effort of a significant scale, we have already made some progress. And as Chief McDade alluded earlier, as of this current school year, we have a number of units of study in biology, physics, and chemistry already available to schools if they wish to adopt. We're also launching the school city assessment platform and introducing it to all of our schools. As appropriate with any new system, we'll be providing professional development. So our educators and administrators will be familiar with the use of this system. This will happen during the high school and elementary school summits this year. As of the start of the school year, the Safari Montage already contains a number of digital resources that are available to teachers. And there will be several additional phases of releasing content starting in January, then in April of the upcoming year, and completing this release process in July of 2021. As the rollout of materials progresses, we'll continue to provide professional learning that is rooted in a 21st century design. with specific emphasis on self-paced, self-directed online learning, as well as collaborative workshops for our teachers. Early childhood. Our commitment to building early childhood experiences, both learning and social, are critical to our progress and success. We will be providing full pre-K program for all 4-year-olds across the city. And this will open an opportunity for early learning to every child, regardless of their family income. The early engagement of our students and families, coupled with our supports, will increase the number of kindergarten students who are meeting these important developmental benchmarks as they start their tenure in our elementary schools. And the goal for our pre-K2 literacy initiative is that every child is a joyful, confident, and proficient reader and writer. The current school year efforts are focused on providing access to the creative curriculum to all 122 new pre-K classrooms across the city and offering coaching supports to teachers in these new programs. We are launching the pre-K2 literacy plan drafted by a cross-functional team with the goals of providing equitable access to rigorous literacy instruction, a comprehensive system of resources, and tailored professional development for our teachers. One of the cornerstones in this initiative is to engage internal and external stakeholders to develop a shared vision and commitment to the early literacy success of every child in our schools. We are driving towards providing a high-quality educational experiences for every student, which will be achieved by classroom instruction that challenges, supports, and inspires, and it's also really attentive to students' unique needs. As a result, our students will be empowered to think deeply and solve problems with ingenuity and be effective communicators and collaborators. Our current school year efforts are focused on strengthening the curriculum and the instruction by engaging the school teams in the process of continuous improvement, where they collect, analyze, and respond to a high-quality information about student learning. We support the school teams through the process of instructional rounds to promote higher student engagement and to elevate the quality of the curriculum. In order to respond to areas of critical needs evident in our data, we will be supporting schools to build comprehensive support systems for addressing academic and SEL needs so every student reaches their potential. Those supports will range from curriculum map development and strengthening the content for mathematics in grades 3 through 5, as earlier you noticed that this is one area of a critical need, and also structuring and supporting phonics instruction in K2, as well as the Wilson Reading Program pilot to strengthen early literacy skills for our students. Our professional learning model during the elementary school summits will offer a more flexible approach to respond to school priorities by allowing schools to select either grade level bands or content areas where they can focus their instructional improvement efforts. For our middle school educators, we will be expanding the content-specific professional development in science and social studies. This year, we are also engaging 41 of our schools to provide them with prioritized access to supports and resources. And this process is driven by school needs and principles analysis, the principle of the school. We're coming together across teams and offices and departments to strengthen our schools with the highest needs in a collaborative and coordinated fashion. At the heart of our high school strategy is the desire to support student success in high school and also beyond. Our long-term goals are to provide equitable access to rigorous curriculum and early college and career credential opportunities. We will ensure that students have solid post-secondary plans so they can embark on a rewarding future and expand learning outside of the walls of the traditional high school by creating on-the-job learning opportunities. This year, our efforts will be focused on strengthening access to curriculum, specifically in the areas of advanced placement. As we noticed, this is the area where most of our students earn early college and career credentials. In English and composition by increasing the number, so we can increase the number of students having access to these credentials. We will also focus on instructional shifts in mathematics for across all grade levels. And this professional learning will happen during the high school summits to continue to provide, and also will continue to provide content-specific supports through the resource hub model, where content specialists from our teaching and learning department are working with high school teachers and coach individual teachers in their classrooms. We're also addressing the needs for targeted interventions to strengthen the academic programs in our small schools, small high schools. So the students enrolled in these programs will also have access to early college and career credentials and also have access to a well-rounded educational experiences. With similar goals in mind, we'll be launching the Option Schools Redesign Project. Over the year, we have experienced success in improving freshman on-track rates. And this year, we'll be focusing on transferring the support strategies that were successful with freshmen to our sophomore cohort. As you notice, this cohort needs support in terms of dropout and performance. Again, these are quite a few strategies that I went over, but this is not an exhaustive list of all the supports that we have in mind in our, to provide to our schools, and we'll continue to provide you with updates throughout the school year.
Thank you, Bogdana and Jeff. So as we conclude the actual presentation, I really just want to impress upon not just the board, but all of our parents, our families, and communities that we recognize that the change really happens in the school building with our teachers and with our leaders hard at work. And the district is committed to continuous improvement across the board, not just through CIWPs with our schools, but all of our offices within the district are engaged in continuous improvement through strategic planning. And every focus for every office, our CEO charged us early on that everything that we do has to focus on either, well, all three, how principals access our work, how teachers access our work, and what is the impact on student achievement. And that is the focus for every individual within this district. And so that is the lens for which we are doing the work and continuing to plan. We have a lot of work to do. It's not lost on us that there's a heavy lift around making sure that we are ensuring every single student in our district is experiencing and positioned for success. And so we know that throughout the year, it's important for us to be transparent with the progress. We'll be coming back before the board as more data comes in mid-year through PSAT, SAT, and other opportunities to assess how we're progressing as a district. We'll share that. We also are committed to making sure our families and communities at the local school level are equipped with the necessary information about student performance across the board. Every single school does a state of the school address at the beginning of the year that our networks help support with data strategists. And so when parents and teachers come for the big open houses, we have those state of the school addresses so that our parents in every community know how their individual schools are doing respective to the district data that we shared. So there's a lot of work to be done. There's a strong sense of urgency for the work that has to happen in the district, and we've already begun to roll up our sleeves and do the necessary root cause analysis to address some of the gaps that you've seen here today, while still celebrating and replicating a lot of the successes that we've experienced over the past decade. So thank you for your time and attention, and I'd like to open it up for any questions that you might have.
Questions, comments?
I have a question, Chief McDade. I saw that there was no data that desegregated English learners in the first part of the presentation, and I was wondering if we will get, an update on that particular set of students at some later date.
Yes, we actually did. We do have that information. Of course, to be honest, the full suite of data is so exhaustive and so much that there's a much larger deck that's been shared with the board. But we can also take a look at that and do a review for that as well. But we do have that available to share.
Okay, thank you. I know that the Consortium for School Research has been doing some studies for English learners. I don't know the release date for that, but it would be wonderful if we could have, because I had the privilege of being part of the advisory group for that study before coming to the board. And I know that the data that study is going to show is extremely unique and interesting, and I think will likely catch the attention of a lot of other districts that serve a high number of English learners.
Yes, thank you for sharing that. And as soon as it's released, we'd be happy. That would be a great report to share publicly within our communities as well.
I have a couple of other questions. Is that okay? Or
Please.
okay. I have a question about the pre-K second literacy initiative, and it pertains to English learners, and whether you can share any information about how that initiative addresses the needs of linguistically diverse students, because we know that particularly in those early years, their emergent literacy looks different than other students that are growing up with, us monolingual
Absolutely.
speakers.
Absolutely, and it absolutely does. And our Department of Literacy is working collaboratively with our Office of Language and Culture, because our Office of Language and Culture actually has specialists to support and coach. We do have coaches for our bilingual educators as well. So the same supports from in pre-K as well as through second grade that's available both for our population that are English speaking. We also have those same specialists and supports for our students, for our bilingual population as well as looking at the text that's being provided in those classrooms and the classroom libraries, making sure that the text is also culturally responsive and addresses that need also, but all of those classrooms are included in that P2 effort. And so we have a focus on balanced literacy across the board, which is inclusive of our EL students, where we are looking at all of the different components of balanced literacy to include independent reading, shared reading, word study, and making sure that interventions are available for phonics and phonemic awareness as well for both our English learners as well as our general ed students.
And another question that I had was about the coaching because I'm a big supporter of coaching. I think it can be a tremendous tool for increasing teacher effectiveness and therefore the student learning. Is for the coaching for the pre-K teachers, is that offered more intensely to the new the teachers in these new classrooms, or is it across the board?
It's actually across the board. Earlier we talked about the new classroom, but I don't want to I do want to call out that although the new classrooms will receive coaching, we've always had coaching for our pre-K teachers. So we have a pre-K specialist at every network that works closely with the literacy specialists within the network, and so they collaboratively plan and provide professional development. But a part of the early childhood education strategic plan priority is centered around coaching. So we identify cohorts of teachers, which is done collaboratively with the administration and looking at school data where they are receiving regular in-class, in-school coaching support. So it's not just germane to that new group of educators, but is available throughout all of the networks.
Thank you.
I have a couple questions. One was about one of the things you mentioned, which I think is really important, is that if you look at how long students are staying in CPS, particularly K through 8, you're seeing them improve consistently such that we're seeing some of the highest scores by the time you get to 8th grade, which I think is something good and like to hold up and as the power of what's happening in our school buildings. But it doesn't seem to be transferring into high school. And I was wondering if you could say something about I know you said you're going to dig deeper, but is it about what's being measured is changing? Is it the tool? Are there other factors that you think are having that disconnect between that sort of growth or persistence that we're seeing in elementary versus high school?
Yes, and I don't want to, absent a root cause analysis, I don't want to put out, a lot of different hypotheses around that. But I do think, when you talk about what's being measured, that does play a role in terms of not comparing the NWEA scores for that assessment to PSAT, SAT, because it's two totally different assessments in what is actually being measured. But I do think that when we look at the PSAT, SAT, and what's being measured by way of standards and Common Core, we have to make sure that across the board from pre-K all the way through 12th grade, that we're highly focused on in-depth standards that build students' cognitive demand is there and application, and we're not focused on too hyper-focused on skill-based measurements is a big part of the work that we have to do. But I think nothing is more important than looking at the strength of the instructional core. You know, how curriculum instruction and assessment work together in tandem to create a picture of what strong education should look like for all students across the board. And I think if we really focus on that, high expectations, building up the core, and making sure that we have the right levels of support for all students along the way, it won't, to be honest with you, doesn't matter what assessment they take if we are standards-driven instruction and strong core instruction in Tier 1, that really is the measure of success for all students. So I think for us, it's taking a look at what the data is telling us and how we can improve what's happening in the classroom as a result, as opposed to being hyper-focused on an individual assessment.
Great, thank you. And then I had a question about sort of some targeted supports around opportunity gap issues that you noted throughout. I mean, certainly I think the overall progress across the district is important to note. And also I think the fact that the earliest stuff we were looking at was normed nationally, I believe, is that right? And so all of our numbers are well above 50% at this point, which is significant progress from where it used to be. But I'm wondering in the part about targeted supports and thinking about equity, I think particularly because it seems so much of the widening opportunity gap is being driven by Black students continuing to sort of fall in those measures. Are there targeted supports specifically for African American students if we understand you know, equity to mean, you know, having specific supports for specific groups because of these things? And with that, I think sometimes when we talk about supports, it feels very, like, I'm not saying this is what it is, but it ends up feeling like it's coming from a place of deficit. So the other thing I wanted to just say is I really appreciated, Donna, your point about talking about joy in this process, because I think so much when we focus on these numbers, it presumes a deficit in individual student. I'm not saying you're saying this, but I think in the way people talk about data, quantitative data sometimes. And so how that joy also might be built into whatever targeted supports are being put in place for African American students, given the opportunity gaps that exist.
And I really appreciate that question, because one thing that we did not discuss in this process of kind of going through some of the areas that, or the behaviors that we want to, actions we want to take or behaviors we want to engage in, is really taking a look at the whole child aspect of this work, right? And whether or not the conditions are created for students to be successful. We often talk, and Dr. Jackson says all the time, that we have to have high expectations coupled with the right support. And right support not necessarily meaning it's always an intervention per se, or to your point, from a deficit model, but how are we creating the conditions for students to be successful and have that joy of learning and have experiences within their school where they feel that it's safe and that they're supported across the board, not just from an academic standpoint. We know that there's so much that impacts a student's ability to experience success in school. Earlier, there was some discussion about trauma that was brought forward. So all of those things play a role. So one of the things that we didn't call out here is how we're looking at not just making sure that in all schools, particularly for our schools that you mentioned where there's you know, high populations of African American students where they may be in schools that are a level 2 or a level 3 school, but looking at the culture and climate that exists within that school to make sure that the social emotional learning that has to happen and the culture and climate for students to feel safe and supported beyond just physical safety is in play as well. And that's something that we didn't call out, but I will give you kind of a sneak peek of something that's coming, where we are working towards building the district as what we're calling a healing center, so that we're going beyond the social emotional competencies, but making sure that we are addressing trauma, that there's trauma-informed training. And even with our equity framework and a lot of that you've heard about equity, focusing on implicit bias training, because that plays a role as well in terms of how we see our students and how we show up as educators in our own identity to make sure that we're actually meeting their need and we're not creating educational hegemony within our schools where students don't feel that there's a sense of belonging there. I think that's really a big piece of the puzzle. Again, I don't want to hypothesize around why the data is the way it is without really doing the due diligence of synthesizing that, analyzing and synthesizing that. But I do want to address that we have to make sure that beyond what a test is measuring, that we have classroom environments that set establish high expectations for students coupled with the right kind of climate for them to experience success. I know that many of you, and if you haven't, and I always talk about the Opportunity Myth Report by the New Teacher Project, which really calls out some critical data that shows that for an African American student, it's 3 times more likely that they're going to be met with low expectation when it comes to curriculum and tasks, et cetera. And so that's one of the biggest things that we have to tackle to make sure that all of our students are met with high expectations and high cognitive demand where they experience productive struggle to be stretched and be challenged so that they can achieve at high levels.
My
So let
daughter
me-
reminds me that it's growth mindset.
That's
month.
right. Growth mindset plus is right.
I want to piggyback off that question because I completely agree with high expectations, and being average should not be the expectations. And so I'm going to start with the average first of all. So I did note that the first initial charts were compared to the national improvements, so significant improvements, and a lot to celebrate. And I also echo, I smile when you use the word joy, because I think we need to embed that kind of environment everywhere we teach. My question comes or I also agree that the root cause analysis needs to be done, but I still would like to see the community level analysis, right? Because I fundamentally think there's some issues within different communities. And when I look at the aggregate numbers, right, you and I'm going to pick the Latinx was always near the mean, right? But that's a law of numbers, right? That's because they are the majority of the student body. So that does not mean that they're doing well or they're doing average, right? So we need to unpack all of that data. And once we start looking at the data and where they are performing in different geographies within the city and where they're underperforming within geographies within the city, then we can have, I agree with you, the root cause analysis needs to be done at the ground up. However, there needs to be macro level programs at our level that transcends the bottoms up assessments and helps them all solve the core issues, whatever the root cause core might be in common, right? And that's where the big boulders are that we need to invest in, right? As a district and certainly as a board.
Yes.
So I would just caution us not to think that just because you're at the mean, you're doing well, because you're not.
Right. I mean, we want all of our students to exceed.
Yeah.
That's what we want. We want to see them exceed expectations, and I would wholeheartedly agree with you. And we recognize that, while at the individual school levels, they have to have their own continuous improvement work plans and have their own priorities. But as a district, we are owning that. We have to make sure that we're providing the supports at the school level and the resources that they need. This will be the first year that we have come together as a cross-functional team to identify at the macro level, at the district level, as you stated, identifying those schools, and Bogdana talked a little bit about this, the 41 schools that we're identifying that are either level 2, level 3 schools, which are going to be predominantly your schools that are African American and Latinx, what are the supports that the district's going to provide for a school that is on intensive support or on provisional support that's universal.
Right.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
So first, I just had a comment. This was very helpful to zoom out and get this perspective of different kinds of data. We've talked about before whether these data are giving us all the insights we need, but just getting it all together, seeing the many years of context, thinking about different facets for outcomes we want for all of our students is very helpful. I agree with my colleagues that highlighting joy is very important. It's an insight I got that I wish I had had as a teacher, which I really only got as a parent. Seeing our daughter in a CPS early childhood classroom where her teacher said, there's a saying, those things you learn without joy, you will soon forget. And that gave me a lens to reflect on my most successful lessons when I was a teacher. And I look forward to learning more about, root causes that you identify, about the Curriculum Equity Initiative. I would encourage us to learn from other districts and from the history in CPS, including about a decade ago when there was a large curriculum effort in high schools that had its pluses and its minuses, in which I was fortunate to be involved. I do have 2 questions. One, the 41 schools were identified on the elementary school strategy, and I was wondering How were those identified and sort of what's the plan working from those 41 schools? Is it to expand? Is it to continue? And then the second was a few times different district level resources or initiatives were referenced. And it wasn't entirely clear to me whether it was a school decision to adopt those. And I guess I'm wondering what will be coordinated and what's sort of left up to schools, and how is that decision being made?
Yeah, well, I do want to, I don't want to, I know that Bogdana has gone through a lot of work to establish the criteria. A lot of the criteria that has been determined for the schools that were selected, while it does look at assessment data that was shared today, it also looks at, you can come forward, it also looks at, okay, I'm still in all of her spotlight, go ahead.
All right, thank you for the question. I'm very excited actually about this initiative that we are rolling out. We looked at a very comprehensive, I'll say non-traditionally comprehensive set of data into school performance. Obviously, the easiest way to look is just utilizing the school quality ratings, but we went beyond. School quality ratings is not the only indicator around how well organized a school is to succeed. So we expanded on the metrics to look into 5 essentials data, look into leadership turnover. Teacher turnover was a factor as well, partnering with our talent team and their research on opportunity schools. And also really looking into the performance of our subgroups, English learners, diverse learners. And when we notice that there's some schools where multiple subgroups of students are underperforming, these were also very important criteria to us. So I'll be more than happy to really share the entire methodology with you. This is at a high level. So those are very comprehensive metrics. And when we look through those, to the schools that were identified, we really ended up with approximately 41 schools, which is nearly 10% of our district-run elementary schools. And yes, we can continue to expand, but to be honest with you, this is the very first time where I'm asking all of our colleagues across different teams and departments to engage in a process that is unique. We are not prescribing what these interventions need to look at the schools as a package deal. We are actually engaging the school principals and the school communities. Right now, they're doing their own diagnostic, and we are asking them to surface out what are the type of resources and supports that they think will provide that next stage of growth to either stabilize the school or to move them on a path towards academic success. And this is a really challenging process to organize all of this, but I'm very optimistic and hopeful about this. Some of our plans will be rolling in the request from the schools towards the end of this month. I will be happy to provide you with some, updates. But we have really opened it up for, resources and supports for schools that range from helping them really to strategize, just develop their priorities, to some supports that are around curriculum, instruction. In some instances, the supports are really focused on social emotional learning and culture and climate interventions in their schools. So it is a really comprehensive effort, and I'm really excited to share more. In terms of expansion, after we learn through that process in this first year, we can really think about how to expand to more schools. And how to do this. Oh, and one last thing, we were also able to partner even with our budget department and provide some guidance and resources for the schools how to utilize their Illinois Empower grant to support some of this school-initiated improvement efforts. So this is just a quick update on that strategy. Do you have any follow-up questions?
Not on that one. I look forward to getting more information. Mm-hmm. I guess the other question was around what will be, not on this particular part of the elementary strategy, but in general, which parts of the district-wide responses or from the CEDO offices, which parts are going to be left up to schools to adopt and which parts are going to be more coordinated, and how do you decide which is which?
Yeah, so we're working in collaboration with our network chief officers, the supervisors of our principals. But I think that, to be honest, what we found is when you have school communities that are providing input around what they need for their school community, and it's a collaborative effort, that always bears out better than to say, this is what you have to do. what I found is that in talking to principals and school communities across the board, our schools want to be successful and they want the supports, the services, and the resources. So when we put together this cross-functional team to identify the resources and supports that are available, no school is saying, we don't want that, we don't want to do that. But what they do want is to make sure that what is provided isn't something that may be available to all, but not what they actually need to address the areas that they have to prioritize within their school, which was why it was so important to have multiple sources of data across the board, but also have input working with the school leaders and the network chiefs and sitting down with schools to decide what is the right menu of options to provide. Because you can provide something to someone, and you can even say to a school team that you have to do this, but if there's not buy-in there, if there's not a belief that this is the right work to do to address the priorities that they have, that's not going to go anywhere. It's kind of equivalent to what we've talked about with the RFP with academic focus, where we've heard Dr. Jackson say in the ARA meeting to families and community that if our staff, if our teachers don't buy into what we're bringing to the table, and they don't believe that that's what they need to move the needle within their school, it doesn't go anywhere. So force feeding things absent input and collaboration just doesn't work. So the way that we're trying to approach this is, one, having a menu of options that schools can choose from, but then also having those collaborative conversations with school leaders and school teams to help guide them through that process of identifying, this is what you really have to do because this is what your data is telling you. This is what the qualitative data is telling you. Because sometimes, we need to provide that support to make those decisions. So our approach is to do that collaboratively in identifying, but we will have across the board some universal supports to say that every school, for example, if you look at your data for early childhood and you see that you have X percentage of students that are well below average according to DIBELS or whatever early measure literacy instrument is being used, yes, you do have to have an intervention, right? And I highly doubt that there would be any school that has a large number of students that actually need that are well below level that, or strategically at level that wouldn't say we don't want an intervention to address that. So there are some recommendations that we absolutely will make to say, if we're seeing these patterns within your school, these are the things that you do have to have in place to be able to address that the district will be offering to you to make sure that you have that available for your teachers, for your students, and for your community.
I have a follow-up.
Let's go to Dwayne and then we'll come back to you.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to echo the sentiment around having, like a network breakdown to see geographically what's happening with that. I do like with specifically for elementary school with the student engagement part of it, because I'm guessing that local school, let's say for instance, they want to bring a program like WOW and BAM to that level, because just talking to, listening to young men, from Harper High School, it's like when they have something or a mechanism for them to get exposure to something, I think it helps click in terms of why all of this is important. Because I do feel personally from my own experience as a parent or grandparent is that sometimes you need that light bulb to turn on that comes to exposure. Because some of our kids in the poor communities, South Side Chicago, even in Rogers Park, if they don't get that exposure, then it's like, what's the point? How does it all interconnect with each other? So with the 41 elementary schools, some of them are also opportunity schools, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
So that way there's staff turnover. Okay. And is there, and these are all district schools when we're looking at this data, right?
Yes.
Is there a separate breakout for like the charter schools in a sense, or we just, pardon? I mean,
For the 41, no. For the schools that you're mentioning.
no, I'm talking about in terms of just a deep dive to know what's going on in the charter run schools in terms of performance of the different students, et cetera.
We didn't present a deep dive for charters here today.
Okay, just CP district schools.
For the entire district, yes.
It is inclusive. Okay, that's what
Yeah.
the question.
Next month, when we do SQRP and we look at school performance across the board, there is a deck that we give that
Separate.
is a pullout of how charter schools by network perform compared to the district.
For both elementary and for high school.
Yeah, because I mean, it's just something else to measuring, like, what going on in all the different schools so we can see, like, I mean, if there's some practices that's happening in one area, you know,
Right.
maybe that
Well,
strategy may be
and
successful.
identifying pockets of excellence where we can replicate strong practice. Yeah.
Christiana?
Yes, going back a couple of comments because this is was triggered by something that member Todd Breland said about in her question about how you are thinking about addressing the gaps that show in performance, which are not new, but are still extremely worrisome. And I wonder if you could speak a little bit about what role, if any, do you anticipate that the curriculum equity initiative is going to have? Because I know that a big piece of that is culturally responsive curriculum.
Right.
And maybe because, you know, I've spent my whole life among young children, or most of my teaching, I know that that children learn best when the content that is being taught, it comes through some experience, something they can identify with. I have also learned that that's true of adults in my, you know, in my current job, but particularly young children. And I wonder, I often wonder, you know, that for many students of color, they feel disenfranchised from some of the curriculum material that often reflects those hegemonies that you refer to. So just would like to hear what your thoughts are in that regard, you know, in the place that the curriculum equity can have as not the only initiative, but one of the many that can
Yes.
contribute to improve those numbers.
Yes, absolutely. And we'll do a deeper dive too with the board around a lot of the curriculum work. But one of the things that we called out in the bucket around curriculum equity is that the curriculum that is being developed, and of course, just keeping in mind, this is a long-term project. And as a matter of fact, Chicago has been the most aggressive in getting this off the ground in comparison to other districts who have attempted to provide curriculum across the board in the district. But one of the things that we're most proud of with the curriculum is that it is culturally responsive. We recognize, and all of the research tells us, that students have to not only see the world around them in the classroom, but they have to first see themselves and how they have agency, identity, and authority in the classroom. And speaking to what, you know, you just mentioned, what I said about educational hegemony, that happens when the status quo, the dominant culture, is maintained within the classroom, and we don't have rich text that students can see themselves, their own lived experiences in, and they're not studying the history that is representative of who they are and their identity. So that was one of the big pieces to the curriculum that we identified early on, that the entire curriculum across all disciplines had to be culturally responsive. We also, within the curriculum, will have some modified lessons to address English learners as well as our diverse learners, so that teachers will not have to spend inordinate amounts of time trying to make modifications to the curriculum. So there'll be a subset of lessons within each unit that will be modified for EL students, for diverse learners, based on MTSS tier supports, as well as looking at social emotional learning. So absolutely, that is a big goal of the curriculum, to make sure that it is culturally responsive. And it is a long-term effort, but even now, with some of the work that we're doing in the social sciences as well as in literacy, we did a big effort a couple of years ago to increase the number of classroom libraries through a generous grant with Scholastic, where we were able to make sure that the classroom libraries represented text that was mirrored the identities and lived experiences of the students within our classroom. So really having more culturally responsive text in the classroom has been a big push for literacy for us right now, as we await, you know, more resources to come with the curriculum equity initiative.
Any questions or comments? You and, okay.
I have
Amy,
just one.
yes.
Chief McDade, first of all, I want to thank you for the presentation, because I think it was so powerful to see the data. But I also really want to thank you for your transparency. So I think it was really important to share here, and to be so vulnerable about like how much we still have to learn about what's going on. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
I just have one quick question, and it's about school management structures. So I was thinking about the data and building on Elizabeth's question. wondering now that high schools are managed in separate networks from the elementary schools, and that's a shift. Where is the conversation about articulation happening between the elementary schools and high schools with that new structure?
And that was one of the things because we were always, before the more things change, the more they stay the same, right? We had at one time the separation of elementary and high school. And one of the reasons that it went to a K-12 network structure was to ensure that vertical articulation, right? But what we're doing, although we did separate the networks, and Bogdana can speak to this because she oversees the network chiefs, the high school and elementary school chiefs are still coming together for that collaboration and making sure that we're protecting some opportunities for high school principals to interact with elementary schools. And we've seen that across some of the networks already, but it's a practice that I think we really do need to build up and make more robust, because there's a lot to be desired there that we can improve upon in terms of that articulation across high school and elementary at the leadership level, the school leadership level, as well as even as at the teacher level. So there's I think some opportunities for growth there in the way that we're looking at how we do the high school and elementary summits, and where there may be opportunity for cross collaboration even in the professional learning environment. But I will say that even with the separation, we still have that collaboration amongst the network chief officers. So although they're split, they do come together in a professional learning community throughout the school year. It's not a complete separation where there is no dialogue or conversation. Just recently, we engaged in the data analysis collectively across all of the networks together and the academic offices, where we're really trying to ensure that convergence exists even with the academic offices within my office and central office, making sure that we're all having one conversation and not living in silos around the same data, because we have the same North Star. But I really appreciate that question, because there is work still to be done there to really strengthen the level of vertical articulation that should and could be happening within the district.
Sorry, this is very quick. Last, can you say something about where the public can find this on the website? Because there was a comment during public comment about we can't find data about Latinx students or something. I just want to make clear.
I'm really ashamed that you asked me that, because my colleague whispered, don't forget it's going to be posted on the website, and I forgot to say that it would be. So the data that we presented the presentation that we presented today will be publicly available on the website for public consumption, which we encourage, and actually will make sure even to make sure that our network chiefs are making our principals aware, to make parents aware, because we really want parents to be engaged partners in education, not just participating, but partners to help us, because the work that we have to do in all of our schools will not just happen alone with us and with the individuals in the school. It really is an effort that involves every single stakeholder that surrounds in the system that surrounds our students. And so we have to do that collectively, and we have to make sure that this information is also available. So it will be on the website after today's meeting. All of the presentation will be published.
Thank you.
Thank you for that reminder.
Just going back to just my own experience in the parent for Oglesby Elementary School about, having that collaboration. I do hope that, that move forward, that CPS can work with the local school council, those who don't have the authority to, to offer a principal contract, to really work with the local school council in, choosing that leader, because it's, again, I think that goes a long way towards collaboration and working together.
That we have worked with the local school council, and you may recall 2 meetings ago, other members from that same local school council came here and said we should fire the principal. So we have been working closely with them.
Yeah, just, I mean, it's probably an outlier, but it's just, just that there are other schools that, that may have that, that the principals, appointed there, interim, what have you, that just, again, just say, hey, guys, you got to work together.
We've been, and I really want to call this out, because this has been a huge effort on our part. We have, and I can name probably 10 or 12 instances, and Willie is here and can chime in, where even in cases where the principal is an appointment, it's an interim appointment by the CEO, we have been always engaging with the LSC over the course of the last couple of years, particularly under Dr. Jackson's leadership. And I have personally even worked with some LSCs, but even when there's not a quorum, when the LSC might not be functioning or they don't have the power to select the principal, we have ensured that the LSC's voice is at the table in the principal selection process. And so I'm really proud of the work that we've been doing around that, and it's been a big shift. And we've had LSCs, actually, I've had LSCs say to me, you know, we really appreciate that the district has stayed committed to your word of engaging the LSC, because this is the first time that someone's even asked our opinion about what should happen. And we recognize that the board, you know, this is an appointment, but we appreciate that our voice is at the table, and we've been allowing LSCs to weigh in on the selection. So I have to say that that is something that we have done a tremendous amount of work around and continue to do. We value the voice of our LSCs and our parents and our community, because we're in service to them, and the students that we serve. Our parents' voices matter in that. So that was one instance, but I could name 10 to 12 others recently where that was not the case. And in the case of Oglesby, there has been collaboration. As a matter of fact, Dr. Saffold is sitting here, and she had just met with the parent
I was just
about a
not
month
trying
ago.
to single out Oglesby, just you know, just saying that you know, there's other schools
Yep.
that reach out and say we got, you know, the different schools, like your name, but it's just long as just saying as a reminder, like just please continue to do what you're doing, encouragement. Thank you for
Yep.
doing that. And obviously, you know, it works to see the results. Sometimes people don't see it, they feel some kind of way, but just continue to do what you're doing and get your back.
Thank you. And we're definitely committed to engaging family and community.
Thank you. I'm
All right.
going to close out here.
Okay,
with
thank
just
you.
a very general question.
Okay.
And Mr. President, I'm sorry, just to interject, Joshua does have a question before
Oh,
we
okay.
continue.
Yes, go ahead, Joshua.
So thank you, Chief McDade, for your informative presentation. So my question is similar to Ms. Melendez's earlier question. So I just want to know, how will CPS high school teachers be empowered to effectively implement this new rigorous curriculum? Because we know that obviously the high school curriculum is, you know, a lot more complicated and complex.
So, I mean, the curriculum will be available across, you know, pre-K to 12th grade. And across discipline. And I think you heard me say earlier, even now, while the curriculum is in production, we have units really that were developed by and large by teachers within the district for some of the very complex subjects like chemistry and physics and biology that's available. So it will be fully available to all teachers to access and implement, along with the necessary professional development that's needed to support that and building professional learning communities around that. So it's a learning process, but it will be fully available and through our student information system. So a one-stop shop for both teachers as well as student-facing digital lessons will be available.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that question. You indicated at the very beginning that this is the what, not the why. The why you will be addressing as you conduct your analysis. In terms of time frame, because we look at these on an annual basis, right?
Right.
But in terms of time frame between the what and the why, what are we looking at?
So
In determining the why and then sharing that with us.
So that's already underway. I stated earlier that we have been, as soon as data has been coming available, our schools and our networks have been hard at work, really kind of taking a hard look at this data and setting priorities at the individual school level and at the network level. So that's already happening. We were not prepared across, because we have such different learning communities throughout this large district. There's no way that we were prepared to come and bring you all of the
Yes, and
why.
I understand that, but
At
what point do we see the why?
So all of the actual individual school CIWPs are in play now, and those are available. But as far as us coming to you with some of the district-wide wise, we'll be able to come back at the end of the semester to really kind of, especially when it's time for us to start administering middle of the year data. I said earlier that there are some middle of the year assessments that we'll be able to administer and bring you back some updates about where we are. And so I would say at the midpoint, we'll be able to give you some more information, meaningful information, because it's too early on now
Sure.
to be able to provide
Sure.
that today.
I'm just looking at an example when we looked at the combined college readiness benchmarks. And certainly we've done a fantastic job with freshmen on track. All right? And the attainment levels at the 7th and 8th grade levels. But then as you look at what happens in the ACT scores at the 11th
Mhm.
grade, we're declining. And so my question would be, why is that happening? And is it happening with some groups more than others? I know we've got the dropout rate to look at, and we've got graduation rates to look at. But when I look at the combined college readiness benchmarks, I'm wondering, will we, as we put this information online for parents to see, are we going to break it down by benchmark and in terms of performance on the SAT?
So it is broken down by the three different levels of benchmark that's available for SAT 9, 10, and 11. Some of the trends around the why, we'll have to come back. District-wide trends we'll be able to share with you in a couple of months to kind of show like what's happening overall in math, what may be happening with evidence-based reading and writing. But that is not something that I have readily available right now. But in a couple of months, we should be able to give some high-level trends. But that won't be as meaningful for parents as it will be to see what's happening in their local schools and with their individual students. So schools have individual student level data where there will be conferencing that's happening. So for parents, they'll be able to see what's happening and how they can better support the teachers and their students at home.
But we'll get a look at district-wide.
So we'll get district-wide, but as far as to answer your question about parents at the local school level, they will have individual student data where they can engage in those really rich conversations through conferences one-on-one with parents and students.
Okay, very good.
All right.
Thank you. I want
Thank
to
you.
thank all the directors and our folks here for tremendous work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time.
For the excellent report.
And for
Thank
your
you.
comments and input.
We will, if there are no additional questions, we will now proceed with the vote on public agenda items. Before going into closed session, Madam Secretary, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will begin with items on the public agenda, read the board report numbers and brief titles. I will begin with a resolution. This item does not require a vote. RS1 was the resolution honoring Abigail L. Joseph, a former chief of staff to the board. Mr. President, this item just needs to be accepted by the board.
Please mark, file, and receive.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will continue with a communication. This is CO1, and it's the communication regarding the location of the board meeting of October 23rd, 2019. This is to advise that the regular meeting of the Board of Education scheduled for Wednesday, October 23rd, 2019 will be held at the CPS Loop Office, 42 West Madison Street, Garden Level Boardroom. The board meeting will begin at 10:30 a.m. Public participation guidelines are available on www.cpsboe.org or by calling 773-553-1600. That's the board office number. For the October 23rd, 2019 board meeting, advance registration to speak and observe will be available beginning Monday, October 21st at 10:30 a.m. and will close on Tuesday, October 22nd at 5 p.m. or until all slots are filled. You can advance register during the registration period by the following methods: online, by phone, or in person. To ensure equity of access to address the board, an individual may not speak at 2 consecutive board meetings. In the event an individual registers to speak at a consecutive board meeting, the individual will not be called to address the board. Although advanced registration is recommended, you can also register to observe a meeting on the day of a board meeting via same-day in-person observer registration at the 42 West Madison Street lobby, and the registration time opens at 10:15 a.m. and will remain open for the duration of the board meeting. Same-day in-person observer registrations are taken on a first-come, first-served basis as seats become available. The public participation segment of the meeting will begin as indicated on the meeting agenda and proceed for no more than the 60 registered speakers. Mr. President, I will continue with items on agenda that do require a vote.
Before we do that, I just want to remind board members that on any of these agenda items, if you want to be recorded as a no or an abstention, please let it be known. Or if you have a question, don't hesitate to have us stop and ask the question, okay? Thank you.
So, Mr. President, just to be clear, before I proceed, are there any board members that would like to have a separate vote on any of the public agenda items so that I could call those out at this? Thank you. So I will proceed, Mr. President?
Yes.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. President, I'll continue with items on the public agenda that do require a vote. And we have EX1 for the transfer of funds. PR1 is the renewal agreement for the Illinois Restaurant Association. PR2 is the renewal agreement with Battelle for Kids. PR3 is the new agreement with ATI Holdings. PR4 is the new agreement with School Health Corporation. PR5 is the renewal agreement for the Concord Consulting Group of Illinois. PR6 is the renewal agreements with Lakeshore Recycling Systems. PR7 is the new agreement with DCS Global Enterprise Canada, Inc. PR8 is the monthly award of construction contracts for the Capital Improvement Program. PR9 is the renewal agreement with Civic Solutions Group. PR10 is the renewal agreement with Vion Corporation. PR11 is the renewal agreement with Sentinel Technologies. PR12 is the intergovernmental agreement with the City of Chicago, Department of Public Health for the inspection and reinspection and training and consulting services. PR13 is the renewal agreement with the ProBiz Products LLC. PR14 is the new agreement with Accurate Biometrics. We then have PR15, and that's the intergovernmental agreement with the City of Chicago Department of Fleet and Facility Management for the purchase of fuel and ancillary liquids. And Mr. President, these items do require a vote.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome,
Yes.
Member Melendez,
Yes.
Vice President Reveluri,
Yes.
Member Todd Breland,
Yes.
Member Truss,
Yes.
Member Sotelo,
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
We have 7 ayes, 0 nays. Mr. President, I'll continue with additional items on the public agenda that do not require a vote. We have PR 16, which is the Chief Procurement Officer report for July 2019 for the delegated authority. And then we have AR1, and that's the board report for the rescissions. Mr. President, these items just need to be accepted by the board.
Please mark received and filed.
Thank you, Mr. President. So noted. Mr. President, there are no further items on the public agenda.
Okay, we will now move into executive session. Board Member Trust, do you have a motion?
I move for the passage of motion number 19-0925-M02 and the commencement of a closed session to consider matters permitted under Section 2C of the Openings Meetings Act, subsections 1, 2, 5, 6, 8, 10, 11, and 21 as specified in the motion.
I second the motion.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome,
Yes.
Member Melendez,
Yes.
Vice President Reveluri,
Yes.
Member Todd Breland,
Yes.
Member Truss,
Yes.
Member Sotelo,
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
We have 7 ayes, 0 nays.
This meeting will now go into closed session.
know. Not good.
Stella? You ready? Okay, the meeting of the Board of Education is reconvened. Madam Secretary, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will start with closed session items from the General Counsel, and I will begin with attorney appointments. These items do require a vote. The first report is appoint Labor Relations Officer, Department of Law, Catherine A. Gerard. The second report is transfer and appoint Senior Assistant General Counsel, Department of Law, Dimitri Keblener. The third report is appoint Assistant General Counsel, Department of Law, Ryan C. Evans. We then have the fourth report, appoint Assistant General Counsel, Department of Law, Andrea J. Davidson. And Mr. President, these items do require a vote.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome,
Yes.
Member Melendez,
Yes.
Vice President Rivelluri,
Yes.
Member Todd Breland,
Yes.
Member Truss,
Yes.
Member Sotelo,
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
We have 7 ayes, 0 nays. I'll continue with settlements, Mr. President, and these items do require a vote. We have the first report, workers' compensation, payment for lump sum settlement for Sherry P. Hernandez, case numbers 14 WC 004291, 15 WC 025136, and 15 WC 025137. The second report is the workers' compensation payment for lump sum settlement for Victoria Flynn, case number 15 WC 14351. Mr. President, these items do require a vote.
If there are no objections, please apply the last favorable roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, I will continue with items from the board. These items do require a vote. The first report is to rescind board report number 17-1206-RS4, and this was the resolution by the Board of Education of the City of Chicago regarding the dismissal of Frankie Hall, teacher formerly assigned to Paul Revere Elementary School. The second report is the resolution approving the Chief Executive Officer's recommendation to dismiss educational support personnel. And the third report is the resolution approving Chief Executive Officer's recommendation to dismiss probationary appointed teachers. And Mr. President, for the record, I would like to note that on September 20th, 2019, the board members and the office of the board received the CEO's recommendation to dismiss probationary appointed teachers pursuant to Board Rule 4-1 and 105 ILCS 5/34-84. Her recommendation included the names of the teachers affected and the reasons, and she also noted that the teachers affected will be notified of their dismissal after adoption of the resolution. And the fourth report is the resolution authorizing the honorable termination of regularly certified and appointed teachers. And Mr. President, these items do require a vote.
If there are no objections, please apply the last favorable roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. And we'll proceed, Mr. President, with an item from the Chief Executive Officer. And this is a non-resident tuition matter entitled adopt finding that pupil is a non-resident of the city of Chicago, indebted to Chicago Public Schools for non-resident tuition. And Mr. President, I would like to note for the record that a separate vote will be taken on this matter. We do need a motion and a second so that we could proceed with a separate vote.
Okay, is there a motion?
I motion for a separate vote.
And the second?
Second.
Thank you. We'll proceed with the roll call vote on the non-resident tuition matter. Member Rome,
Yes.
Member Melendez,
Abstain.
Vice President Rivelluri,
Yes.
Member Todd Breland,
Abstain?
Member Truss,
Abstain.
Member Sotelo,
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
We have 4 ayes and 3 abstention. This matter is adopted by the board. Continuing, Mr. President, with the agenda, I believe that Member Todd Breland has a motion, please.
I do. I move that the Board of Education transfer and appoint Catherine M. Ellis from the position of Deputy Chief of Staff, pay band A08, to the position of Chief of Staff to the Board of Education effective September 30th, 2019, with the functional title of Officer at pay band A09 with a salary of $160,000.
Is there a second?
Second?
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome,
Yes.
Member Melendez,
Yes.
Vice President Rivelluri,
Yes.
Member Todd Breland,
Yes.
Member Truss,
Yes.
Member Sotelo,
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
We have 7 ayes and 0 nays. And I believe Member Sotelo has a motion.
I move that the board adopt the minutes of the closed session meeting of August 28th, 2019 pursuant to Section 2.06 of the Open Meetings Act. Board members reviewed these minutes and determined that the need for confidentiality exists. Therefore, the minutes of the closed session meeting held on August 28th, 2019 shall be maintained as confidential and not available for public inspection.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome,
Yes.
Member Melendez,
Yes.
Vice President Rivelluri,
Abstain?
Member Todd Breland,
Yes.
Member Truss,
Yes.
Member Sotelo,
Yes.
President Del Valle.
Yes.
We have 6 ayes and 1 abstention. This matter is adopted by the board. And then we'll proceed with a motion from Vice President Rivelluri, please.
I move that the record of proceedings of the regular board meeting of August 28th, 2019, prepared by the board secretary, be approved, and that such records of proceedings be posted on the Chicago Board of Education website in accordance with Section 2.06B of the Open Meetings Act.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome,
Yes.
Member Melendez,
Yes.
Vice President Rivelluri,
Yes.
Member Todd Breland,
Yes.
Member Truss,
Yes.
Member Sotelo,
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
We have 7 ayes and 0 nays. Mr. President, there are no further items on the executive agenda.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thanks, everyone.